Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're watching from across the globe. Welcome to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We are going to be your casters. I'm Arcticuno, of course, and joining me is Gaming Grizzly.
Hey there, how are you doing today?
I am doing great, especially finally we are going to be reaching the epic conclusion to this tournament where one of these four teams in our semifinals, heading into the finals, will be crowned the victor of our Summer 2019 tournament.
Exactly, and first of all, I want to congratulate all the teams that made it this far. We have A&O right here, Astra, Team No, and Team XD, and I'm really excited to see who will be on top after today's tournament day. Really excited to see that. I also want to give a huge shout out to all the teams that are not in the tournament anymore, but were participating earlier.
Participating.
Exactly. And of course, I also want to give a huge thank you to the community that is watching, to the Identity 5 team that is there for us. And without you guys, it wouldn't be possible for us to be here to have this amazing tournament. So thank you very much. And of course, it is a pleasure to be with you today, casting the tournament finals. And yeah, thank you for being here with me.
Thank you for being here with me. I mean, the fact that we're casting right here in a studio in Thailand, I mean, I live like 3 hours away by plane ride. You, on the other hand, ooh.
Yeah. It's a long ride, but let's not talk about this. I mean, we kind of saw my energy yesterday. I was a little bit low energy.
You did just fine, man.
Yeah.
I think you did great, and I think the community would agree with me as well.
I'm glad that the community didn't see that in every single break. I was just falling on the table, sleeping for 10 minutes, and then I'm back like, all right, there we go. But today, really had an amazing sleep. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm hyped, I'm stoked, I'm wide awake to see the tournament finals today. First of all, we're going to start with the semifinals, figuring out who the best of the best are. I want to see these matches because I think today we're really going to see some close matches. What do you think? Do you think there will be 0-5 matches where just an entire team gets wiped out? Because I think today it's going to be very different from the other days.
I'd have to agree with you, Grizzly. I mean, with the top four that we have, it's just so hard to picture scenarios where we are going to be seeing those perfect 5-0s. But based on the performance that we've seen as well, there have been some clear standouts to me throughout this tournament. I mean, yesterday we were just gagging over some of these players who did a phenomenal job, like Blue Race Car, for example, from Astra.
Yeah.
We also have Mumu as well as Sprinter from XD, just to name a few. I mean, no. As a team, collaboratively, the communication you could see in game, the coordination, absolutely insane. And
As well as the Hunter PC playing the Mainzer, you remember? I actually rewatched the stream tonight. I just rewatched a little bit of the streams and I saw that he was actually in the middle of the fight with the walls. He was saying hi with the walls. We totally missed it and probably most of the viewers also missed it, but I watched it and he was just doing his walls in the middle of the match like he couldn't care less. Hi! It was amazing. And of course, we also saw Call Me Duty. Super fast spider right there. X-Boy, great job right there. These players, they just out of my mind.
Yep. And I find it such a shame that as we reach the conclusion of today, we could only have one winner because these four teams, as I said, absolutely phenomenal. All of them deserve to be where they're at right now with the prowess that they've shown to us on stream. But yeah, there can only be one that could have the bigger chunk of that $3,000 prize pool.
Exactly. And I want to see it right now. I'm really I'm stoked, I'm hyped, I'm excited. I want to jump into it.
Jump. Not literally. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. All right, so what else is there to say right now?
Well, of course, let's go ahead and check out the draft.
Dreamwitch.
Oh,
all
baby.
right. That's going to be very interesting. PC, first match right here. No versus XD. Again, we see the Dreamwitch on the Hunter side. PC going in right there. The Dreamwitch is a really tough character to control, to master. But I think these high-tier players, they have no problems with the multitasking right here.
Absolutely. And I think one thing that you also want to note is the fact that throughout the duration of this tournament, since we're further into these brackets, we already have statistics to work with. And based on the Hunter picks, which have seen much success, aside from the obvious choice of Spider and Ripper, Dream Witch as well as Feaster have been having a phenomenal time in the NAEU tournament. So let's go ahead and see if that trend will continue, as No brings that to the table.
Exactly, and we can also see on the side of the survivors, XD, Mumu. I was just going for no, Mumu. So I'm sorry. Mumu with Mechanic. We already saw Mumu with her Mechanic, and amazing job right there. I can't wait to see her in action. I can't wait to see this match. We also have QC Seer, very obvious pick. As long as Seer is not banned, we're gonna pick Seer right here. Sprinter as Mercenary, and we have Johnny with the Coordinator. We are playing the first match, the first round on Arms Factory. And I'm just excited to see these little leeches, these little followers of the Dream Witch roam around on the map. Again, it is, for me personally, I couldn't control the Dream Witch. There's so much going on. The multitasking is a lot. But seeing these high competitive players utilizing the Dream Witch in the tournaments makes me really excited.
I could not play Dream Witch even if my life depended on it. Even if they say, okay, if you want to live, you have to at least get one survivor.
Yeah,
nope,
right.
Not happening. But in addition, by the way, to those of you that are, of course, fresh and new to how Identity 5 competitive works out. So for our semifinals, we are going to be playing a best of 3 series, and each team per set of rounds will get to play Hunter as well as Survivor. So after this particular game, no, as well XD will be switching sides, and basically we are by point system. We base it off how many survivors make it out of the gate. On the flip side, how many survivors the Hunter manages to take down. If ever you're able to take out all 4, if all 4 survivors make the escape, then the team that does so will be getting the 5 points, and then it goes from 5, 3, 2, 1, and 0.
Yeah, exactly. And what we also want to mention is, in the first round, there are no bans. Second round, we will see 1 Survivor, 1 Hunter ban. And third round, we're going to see 2 bans on each side. Survivor can pick 2 Hunters to ban, and Hunters can pick 2 Survivors to ban. And we also need to mention that in each round, no, not in each round, but in each round, we're going to play on the same map. Which means after this first match, we have no on the Survivor side, XD on the Hunter side, and they will still play on the Farms Factory. We had a little bit of problems with this yesterday, but we solved it. We solved it, and that's definitely what we are going to see right here.
So, we've talked about Dream Witch as far as how she fares in this tournament. Let's go ahead and check out these survivors as well. Everyone is pretty much up to expectation. Again, we've been talking yesterday about how these survivors, we already have a clear definition of what is up in priority, especially going into the first round. But I hear the music playing. I am ready to get it on. Ladies and gents, like I mentioned, we're reaching the epic conclusion, and it starts right here at the semifinals. And taking the stage, it is no on the Hunter side, and XD on the Survivor front. Let's go ahead and see who will get better footing as we start off this first semis.
Exactly, and there we can see Mumu searching the first Cypher machine with the robot as well, hiding the robot, really nice, and PC already got the first. Alright, I think maybe even spotted the robot right there, not really sure, we saw the camera angle looking into the direction, leeching. Alright, leeching Mumu right here, good job, again, we're gonna see a lot of these little leeches running around on the map. We can see Sears Owl coming straight. No, sorry, just visiting right there. I was a little bit confused. And we can now see it's a good call from. No, there is. Yeah, there is the owl. All right, there was the owl. Yeah, I was. And again, it's a good call to go for the Mechanic early game, because Mechanic can decode with the doll, with herself, which means it's basically a 2-man survivor. 2-man decoding survivor right here, so going for her is a really nice job.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that blink. Very nice, very nice. Again, multitasking. Just knowing to which leech to use at which moment. It's just amazing. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh.
Very good, very good.
This should be very interesting. Looks like there will be a shift, in which case going for that Coordinator, not a bad way to go, especially if you're able to force Johnny in a position where he exhausts his flare gun right away. Of course, well-seasoned survivor will know when the most optimal situation would be to use that.
Look at this. We have the servants running around on the entire map, and it's very nice hit right there. Very nice hit. It's just this Dream Witch PC right here putting so much pressure on the team. We can see there's one survivor, one Cypher machine down already, and we can also see, look at this. They are running around. They are running around because, again, all these leeches on the map, they are just putting a lot of pressure on these survivor. Now we can see Mumu again kiting the Dream Witch. Oh, there we go. Mechanic goes down. Mumu goes down. Very nice. Leech disappeared, but PC knows exactly where she is. Now, just putting more pressure on this survivor right here. She really does not, PC really does not want the survivors to decode. She's going straight for the mechanic right here. Of course, she does, the Dream Witch, she does not want to get Mumu up again right here, but still putting these leeches all over the map just to prevent the survivors from decoding the Cypher machines.
Exactly, and you have to take note, PC did excellent in choosing Mumu as a target, but wait a minute, Mechanic actually just enough time to go up and at it, trying to run it out, but gets whacked in the head once again as our Hunter successfully takes it down.
Very, very good job right there. We can also see now 2 Cypher machines are down. Picking up the Mechanic again, that's a really good call because Mechanic can basically decode with 2 characters. We know that the doll is still running around, still giving the entire team one more survivor to decode. Even if someone has to go in for the rescue, there are still 3 survivors, basically 3 survivors in the match that are decoding. We can see the Seer is now priming one of the machines, which brings this entire match down to 2 Cypher machines. Really good job on both sides. There we go, Coordinator taking the hit. The Leech is disappearing, but still we have the Dream Witch standing right next to the Coordinator. Now, Dream Witch having a really hard time because Mumu got rescued. She needs to act right now. She needs to get back to Mumu right here. Really, really good job still putting pressure on the Coordinator, doing this, what I already said, the multitasking right here. At least that's what I think. She kind of waited. All right, that's interesting to see right here. She follows the survivors around, but is not really putting... I can't really see which survivors are leeched, to be honest. And that's a little bit confusing for me right here, but we can still see she's doing a great job. Dream Witch is doing an amazing job, putting pressure on these survivors.
And from what we're seeing here, really hell-bent intent on getting the Coordinator. Looks like Patience has been rewarded. Johnny is down, and we'll be bringing him straight to the rocket chair. But nonetheless, even with our Hunter just hell-bent intent on taking down these survivors, XD has been maximizing the time quite well. If you notice, 1 Cypher remaining with all 4 survivors still up and running. So this is definitely good grounds for XD to still try to push for a 5-0, but then again, PC not making their job any easier as the chase is on once again, and down the Coordinator goes once again.
All right, Cypher machine is not ready right here. I can now clearly see there's 1 leech for the Coordinator. We can see that Mumu is over there, and it seems like the Dream Witch saw Mumu over there and really wants to get to her. Still having the look over to the other survivors, just making sure that no one is going for the rescue. And there we go, we can see, we can even see the stun right here. That's such a good job. I'm really curious to see how far they already gotten with the...
Oh,
wait,
wow.
No way. No way. They already opened up the gate. There are 2 survivors right there at the exit gate, which means this is that's definitely a tie. Really, really curious to see what the other 2 survivors are up to. We can see the Seer running in. We can see the tension is activated. So Seer is not allowed to take a hit right there. Seer is absolutely not allowed to take a hit. The thing is, Seer has no owl. So there is still a chance for PC to bring at least 1 survivor down right here.
Oh my god, just going back and forth, left and right, vaulting over this windowsill, but looks like...
Oh, good job. Good job from PC. Really not wanting the XD to get the 5-0 right here.
Man, oh man.
We can also see Mechanic is now on the other side of the map, opening up the gate, getting out of there, which means this is a victory for XD. 3 points to XD, but still 1 point to bring down this 1 survivor and at least not giving the opposite team this bonus point.
Exactly. Definitely at that last moment, since survivors were able to optimally get all ciphers down, not to mention this prop through the gate at that point, PC, all he needed to make sure of, like, the best case scenario was to get at least one survivor. And he managed that. And as you mentioned, avoiding that incentivable point gives much more room for no to work with heading into the later rounds.
Exactly. And I have to say, again, Dreamwitch, really difficult hunter to master. I was just by watching the Dreamwitch right here, I was a little bit confused at some points. But PC did an amazing job, but we can't deny that XD's teamwork right there was just amazing. Really good job from both sides, from both teams.
Yeah, and this time around really makes me curious as to how things will go down into the next round. Take note. I also noticed that Sprinter also plays Survivor, so flexes between both roles. So
yeah,
that actually takes a lot of mental stamina.
Yeah,
you're playing a full round on both fronts. So
that's true. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of top survivors that are not top hunters, and the other way around, obviously. Even Persuable says that he is a strong survivor, but not as a strong hunter. You said it. We have Sprinter right here flexing both sides.
Ooh, that is talent, obviously. But what I would like to say is definitely something for our audience to look forward to. Sprinter did a phenomenal job as a hunter during the previous day. We did touch on that just a little bit earlier, and I think this is where it'll really come into play. The big question, though, of course, is whether or not we'll be seeing that same prowess. Now that we're at top 4, these teams are much more competitive. It's not going to be the same easy ground that a lot of these teams had leading up to the semifinals.
Exactly. And I'm so excited to see another Dreamwitch right here. We can see XD is going for Yosol this time as hunter, and we can see obviously Seer. It's basically the exact same team layout right here. We have Seer, we have Mechanic, we have Coordinator and Mercenary against a Dreamwitch. Really excited to see what XD can bring to the table with the Dreamwitch. And I'm honestly, I'm just so thankful to be here and to witness these amazing games, these high-tier players just flexing off their characters.
I love this interesting shift that we're seeing here. Both teams deciding to prioritize Dreamwitch right off the bat. And this is what I've been talking about right here, where some teams would rather reserve certain picks up until the later parts. And by that safety, might have been opting for just the standard Spider for most of the games that we see here. We did see that statistically for no, they did decide to run the Spider in the first round, and they did decide to go for Dreamwitch XD, in which case will be running it themselves. That does present the question as to whether or not we'll be seeing some Dreamwitch bans later on, although since we didn't see a tie or a victory that led towards the Hunter, we'll still probably lean towards Spider, in which case, but time will tell. We'll just have to see. Let's go ahead and talk about the Survivor picks. It looks like we will be seeing the same the same spread of survivors in comparison to the round earlier.
Exactly. And what you just said, I'm also curious to see if we will see Dreamwitch banned in the next round, but I don't really think so.
Yeah,
at least not on the side of XD, because they now know how no plays the Dreamwitch. They kind of know how to defeat her, and that's most likely be the case. They would rather play against the Dreamwitch again. All right, there we go. Yosol as Dreamwitch this time. And I'm really curious to see what the Survivor team this time, no, is bringing to the table in this match.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. XD on the Hunter. No. On the Survivor front, let's see if Yosol will find much more success on this Dreamwitch than his counterpart.
Oh, look at this. Good Jukes right here. Still taking the hit after the flare gun shot. Good job. Look at this control right there. Coordinator goes down. Again, the multitasking for the Dreamwitch is something that is really important, and we can just see it right here. Controlling 2 servants at the same time to bring down 1 survivor early game. Absolutely amazing job.
Oh man, okay. With very good reason, I could see why XD is opting for Yosol, in which case, that early on, less than a minute in, already managing to take down the Coordinator. So I think this is definitely something that no will have to take into account of, especially since by having that 1 survivor loss, it's going to slow down their potential to take down these Cyphers early as well. Mechanic is still up though, so that's something that they could work with.
Very nice hit right here. And we can see there is still 1 leech protecting. Oh, nice. Oh, the blink still hitting the Mercenary. Mercenary taking the hit for the Coordinator. But again, the multitasking right here with all these servants makes it really hard. Puts a lot of pressure on no right here. Coordinator took another hit, got leeched again. Now we can see putting pressure on this Cypher machine in the middle right here. Just leaving the leech right there so survivors are not tempted to decode this one further.
Super impressive coming in from XD's Hunter. He has not come to play, just getting so much work done, and I think this is where the multitasking really comes to play, and you can see how much skill it takes when used to max efficiency, and that's what our Hunter is clearly exhibiting right now. Yosol just doing a phenomenal job, and usually at this point in time we'd see about one Cypher maybe pop, but because of how the nature of this game has been going, where survivors just needed to
rescue already.
Exactly.
Putting pressure on the Cypher machines right there. So I wouldn't want to decode a Cypher machine with a leech right next to it. So really good job right here from Yosol with the multitasking. Now really securing this one Coordinator, this one first survivor elimination, but we can see going for a safe rescue right here with the owl body. Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't believe it. We can see right here the Seer was trapped between the rocket chair, the Bearers, and two of the Dream Witch servants. No way! The placement right here of the servants, just outstanding. What? Oh my! You have to say so. What?
That was one heck of a creative way to use.
Coordinator goes down as well. The rescue, very well timed. At the very last moment, Seer was going in right there with the Owl, getting the secure rescue, but getting trapped right there this way. Oh my god, that's again some high-tier gameplay. You have to know how to place your leeches. That was not a coincidence that this happened right here.
Oh, definitely not. That was very well planned out right there. I've never thought of using the servants that way, just to pincer in a survivor after being rescued from a rocket chair, but it worked out beautifully here for Yobalt. There you go, one whack on the head onto Mr. Kira, and he is on the run. All these survivors, so tricky. Coordinator, take note, is down. There's only 3 survivors remaining, and Yosol is on a roll.
Exactly, you can see all the survivors already took a hit right there, which makes them a one-hit down. Mechanic, yes, going for the Mechanic, one of the main decoders of the game. Exactly what the Dream Witch is going for right here. We can also see one more Cypher machine got popped. They are down to 2 Cypher machines, healing up right now. At least healing the Mercenary, because Mercenary goes in, or has to go in for the rescue. They won't want to let the Mechanic die on chair right here. So definitely going in for a rescue. And we can see the Dream Witch Yosol on the same rocket chair as before. I'm curious to see if Yosol is trying to pull off the same trick. Would be that pin right there, pinning the survivor in between the rocket chair, the Bearers, and the Dream Witch servants. Oh my god. All right, there we go. We can see Mercenary is right there. Oh, Patience.
Look at this.
That's no way. Pulling off the same trick. What I just said, pulling off the same trick. That is,
very clever use of terrain right there coming in from Yosol, I gotta say. And it makes perfect sense why he'd like to really utilize this particular rocket chair, just in that corner. Not really as much angles you can work with once you try to go for that save, that's for sure.
Are you serious? Pulling off the same trick, a trick like this, those are tricks that we haven't seen before. At least I have never seen this trick before. But just being able to pull off the same trick twice, that is just outstanding. We can also see Mechanic is down. Really nice. Seer going in for the rescue. Going into the same corner, but not making the same mistake. Seer goes down anyway. Oh my god, Yosol really flexing his Dream Witch right here.
That is some heavy muscles being flexed out right here. Take no, Clockfire is on the run for his life. But this is going to be very tricky. There you go. The leech is going to be coming in already, closing in on him. The gap, but we'll be taking out that puppet.
Good job. Amazing job taking out this puppet right here. Really decreasing the Cypher decoding speed of the team right here. There's so much pressure. He wants to go for the Seer and the... focusing on the Seer right here, actually hitting the Seer as well. We saw the Mercenary was trying to body block because Seer is on the rocket chair for the third time, getting out of the game right here. Mercenary's down. Mr. Kira as Mechanic was able to get up again, but that's gonna be a tough game. That's gonna be a tough game for the Survivors at this point.
2 down, 2 to go here.
All right, Blink, yes, of course. There we go. Mechanic is down. Mechanic is getting strapped on the rocket chair right there. We can see. All right, okay. I don't even know what to say about this. I think everything is said already. Yosol really showing off an amazing Dream Witch gameplay right here and just pinning the Survivors in between the rocket chair and the barrels. Did you see? They were trying to get out of there, but they couldn't. And doing this twice in the same match right there, really pulling off this trick twice. Like, those were 2 free hits, basically. 2 free hits. And also the Survivor goes down right next to the rocket chair. So the Dream Witch was able to put another bait on the same rocket chair right there.
I think what makes this interesting is how XD is going to be going about their banning phase, because we were talking just before the game as to whether or not Dream Witch was going to be something that teams would want to take off of. For No, if you're going up against No particularly, I think that might be up for consideration, especially since what I would think of is for you to be able to pull that off, it not only takes skill, but also an awareness of what terrain you're working with on that map. So you also have to take note that, in a way, you have to be aware of where rocket chair placement might be on a certain map, whether or not Yosol will be able to work with those same kind of corners where he could pincer in targets. So, yeah, you have to be very, very conscious of that. And going into the next set of rounds, lots of thinking that XD needs to put a lot of strategizing.
Again, I have to say, I'm so thankful being here, witnessing this absolutely amazing gameplay, and I can't wait, as you already said, to see round 2. But that is it for now. That was the first round. We have 8 points for XD, 1 point for No. I always have to count the no's. And really curious to see what is going on next. For now, we are jumping right into a short break.
Yes, we are. So we have been your casters. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly, and this is the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We're reaching the finale, guys. Be sure to stay tuned.
See you soon.
everyone. Come on, welcome back to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament, where we just came off our first set of rounds. Quick recap on how these points are going. You know what? Before the recap, of course, quick intro. We are going to be your casters. I'm Articuno, and joining me was the lovely Gaming Grizzly.
That's me.
Yeah,
But you're also lovely.
Yeah, I know, but you were especially lovely.
Yeah, I'm just fascinated on what we are witnessing right here today. Again, really excited to see these top tier players right here, highly competitive player competing against each other. And what we just witnessed again. I already said it during the match. That was no coincidence. They practice a lot to get on this level, to pin down the survivors in these corners, to know exactly what to do. Both sides were doing an amazing job, but we have to say XD has, a little bit of a leap right there on the points.
That's awfully generous.
Say the points. That's what I wanted
Yeah.
to.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Go for the points.
Yeah. I will have to keep Naib safe because a lot of people were asking him to come back.
You're right. Like you expected me to fangirl, and then you're like, "Oh, I have to keep Naib safe." yeah, sure. Yeah.
No, after
I
tossing
see.
him yesterday.
Yeah, you feel bad, right?
No, not really.
No.
But yeah, with the points that we have right here, XD currently at 1 point, Wilson no at 8 points. So that's a bit of a leap that they have to work
You
with.
switched it. Sorry.
Oh,
XD has 8 points.
Oh, yeah. XD has 8 points. And wait, really? Yeah, okay, yeah.
I think so. Now you are confusing me.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just so... I only got 4 hours of sleep, guys, to be fair.
I'm confused now. Am I right? Okay, guys, give us a second. We have XD with 8 points right here. No, with 1 point. And this really puts a lot of pressure on No right here because they have to get some points during the next matches. I can't really do the math. I don't want to embarrass myself, so I just say they definitely have to get a few victories right
Yeah.
here. And this also gives XD, they won't, but they could, lay back a little bit and relax a little bit. At least they don't have this pressure on their shoulders right now.
Okay, you know what? I'll help put it into perspective for you, Grizzly. So basically, what no wants to... I had to count that again. No times 4. No times 4 has to avoid is giving up at least, let's say, if my math is correct, about 8 points. Yeah, 8 points. So they want to avoid actually, they want to avoid basically what happened earlier, where they
Yeah, of course.
where a 1-3 and 0-5 happened. Because should that happen, there is no need to play the third set of rounds. It will automatically be XD that proceeds to the next round. And it's very tricky. But then again, one precaution I guess no would want to take is, with the practice, obviously, that you also put into that Dream Witch, probably take that away. Like I mentioned, not only does that take skill to pull off, but you have to have a crazy awareness of what rocket chairs you want to optimize on the map just so you get that corner. So that's multitasking as Dream Witch as is, plus all that awareness. So yeah, like massive kudos for hunters that are able to pull that off.
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
And for the next round, we're going to see XD on the Hunter side first again. Yes, and I just wanted to... No, I'm mistaken. We see no on the Hunter side. We are getting the ban of... Yes, okay, alright. After seeing PC's Mad Eyes yesterday, they are not going to ban the Dream Witch, obviously, because they just had like a little bit of an advantage over this Dream Witch. So they are going for the Mad Eyes that we saw yesterday. Really good pick. And of course, giving PC room to use the absolutely amazing, the absolutely incredible Feaster Hastur right here. Really excited to see PC utilizing the Feaster. And we can also see Mumu's Mechanic got banned right here, and therefore she's going in with a Perfumer. The rest of the team pretty much stays the same. And yeah, we are playing on Moonlit River Park. Again, I'm really excited to see the Feaster in action. And just my little speculation for the next match, when XD is on the Hunter side, I think they will definitely ban Dream Witch.
Oh, definitely. And I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. But I guess with the picks right here again, we've solidified that XD will be.
Okay, I just want to add, I'm so excited to see Feaster.
Oh,
it's
God.
gonna be like, sorry, I have to interrupt you.
Oh my God!
I don't know if you know how excited I am right now, because again, right now we have the top 4 teams on the North American European server participating for, or rather fighting for the top 1 spot right here. We have a little bit of pressure on the no 4 No's team. They really need to catch up right here, and utilizing the Feaster. I think PC is really confident with his Feaster right here, and I am so excited to see what he will pull off. How he will place the tentacles to cut off ways, place the tentacles to avoid the survivors from decoding, and bringing them down with these tentacles. Yes, please do it. Start the game. I'm ready.
Oh man! You know what? Okay, just to indulge your Feaster fantasies even further. So
that sounds
no,
wrong.
Okay, it depends on what you're thinking.
Okay, just keep on going.
Okay, we'll just completely stir it back in the right direction. But yeah, as somebody that loves Feaster, would you say that Moonlit River Park is one of those ideal maps that you'd want to play him, or would you want to play something that's a little bit more smaller, close quarters?
I think that's not my choice right here. I would rather use him on smaller maps, yes, because he is a little bit of a slow hunter. But I think PC knows exactly what he is doing right here with the Feaster, and I think we're gonna see what he can bring to the table for this first match. We can see that the survivors are already spreading up to find the Cypher machines, and we can also see PC on the hunt for these survivors. Johnny hiding over there because that's a spawn spot right there. PC knows that this is okay, all right. Finding his first prey right here. Johnny, the coordinator.
Oh, Johnny, running it out right. Now, I love how PC is prioritizing this.
Oh, that pallet throw probably wasn't planned like this. Wrong side right here, taking the first hit, sadly taking the first hit. That was really unfortunate. We have the tentacle, really nice dodge right here from Johnny, using the flare gun now to get enough distance between him and the hunter to find a new kiting area. We can also see the mercenary, but obviously the Feaster is not, PC is not going to concentrate on the mercenary right here. Really good kiter. Now another tentacle, really good dodge. We gotta say, really good dodge. Again, both sides, nice blink and long hit right there. We have to say, both sides know exactly what they are doing. You can see the coordinator dodging these tentacles left and right, but PC utilizing the Feaster in the perfect way with the blink right here, bringing down the first survivor. Quite early game, good job.
Oh man, that was great for PC, making up for lost ground from the first set of rounds. And of course, all targets coordinator, definitely the most optimal right there, especially needing to exhaust that flare gun early. So doesn't really leave as much for Johnny to work with anymore. Let's go ahead and see those sprints are already making his way, ready to sprint in for the save, no pun intended. But PC, he's looming around, definitely going to be dangerous right here. Tentacles have been spawned, want to avoid those. Owl will be popped though, just to guarantee that safety.
All right, still bringing one hit to the mercenary right here, but the good rescue. They have tight turn, they have enough. Oh my god, these tentacles hitting the mercenary. Mercenary is now heading out right here. And we can see good call from PC, being patient, going on the right side, waiting for the coordinator to actually vault over this pallet, destroying the pallet for the future right here, and now going straight up to bring the coordinator on the rocket chair for the second time. Survivors already brought down one Cypher machine. Good job. Good job. I think that's gonna be really interesting. Now mercenaries down. Let's see how this plays out.
You know what I like about this, the more that I think about it, even though by size, this map is pretty darn big, since there's a lot of structure, it also leaves quite a bit of close quarters for PC to maximize those tentacles. And I'm kind of worried for Johnny at this point, already nearing his expiration. I'm not really sure if XD will be going for any saves anytime soon. Cypher decoding going at a pretty decent rate, but the more pressure PC is putting, definitely going to be a tall order for XD as this goes along.
Exactly. We can see the Feaster was perfectly cutting off the way of Mumu right here. Mumu was trying to go in for the rescue. Nice, using the perfume right here. Mumu was going in for the rescue, but using the tentacles, figuring out where the survivors would come from for the rescue, he was able to perfectly cut off the way through the haunted house right there. Now giving Mumu a rough time right there. I mean, they are both giving each other a rough time right here, obviously.
Sure.
And we can see that the Feaster already got the presence up as well to use his final skill. Really, really good job on the Feaster side. We gotta say, already one survivor sent back to the mana, but there are also 2 Cypher machines already done. We don't really know how far the other Cypher machines are. And yeah, that's unfortunate for the Perfumer that there was just a tentacle standing right there. We can see one more Cypher machine is about to pop. And hitting the long hit right there. Good job. Good job. Good call.
Indeed. So far, it can still go either way. PC securing his second survivor. Going to be bringing Mumu to that rocket chair. But Sprinter, as well as the Seer, they're trying to push their hardest to make sure that these Cyphers are prepped and ready once they try to go for that save on the Perfumer. Since they are doing some work, though, it may take a little bit more time.
Again, we want to say that no. Currently has only 1 point and really needs to get these points. And what we can see right here, utilizing this Feaster this well, I am confident that look at this height!
Wow!
Okay, alright, this tentacle might actually confuse PC, thinking that someone will go around the tent for the rescue. That height right there, going slowly underneath the window right there. Sprinter really patient right there. Good job. PC's going back. He's still worried about this right here.
Wow!
Right. Very nice dash, very nice hit. But that might be this little leap that this that Mercenary, the Sprinter, needs to actually rescue Mumu.
And yeah, just like that, already gets that rescue. Mercenary going to be getting a hit himself, but I think that would be very well worth it. Only one Cypher that remains. PC really hellbent in pursuit of Mumu here, I believe.
There we go. That was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Throwing down the pellet on the wrong side. We already saw this early game. Happens once, happens twice. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes. We can now see Mumu going on the rocket chair. I'm not really sure if she was already over the halfway mark. We can see the Seer is kind of preparing, so I don't think that... Oh no, Perfumer is eliminated. Alright, I miscalculated that. Last Cypher machine got popped. The team knows where the dungeon is. We saw Mumu going over the dungeon, so the team knows where the dungeon is.
Indeed.
But they are doing a perfect job right here, splitting up to both exit gates, which most likely will allow them, again, the Feaster really slow hunter, which most likely will allow them to get at least one survivor through the exit gate.
One thing that's interesting, though, is Sprinter still has one pad to work with. I think what would be ideal here, I'm not really sure if the survivors know where the dungeon is just yet. I mean...
Oh, they know.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Sprinter actually slowly creeping his way through.
Exactly. And we can see that the Feaster is not using the tension, which is really good call for... oh, alright. Okay. Using teleport right here to cut off the Seer. Good job. But again, both survivors still can take at least one hit right there since there is no detention. Now going to the roller coaster, getting away there. And I think the plan at this point is Mercenary is gonna open up the gate. Oh my god, that's gonna be a hard time. Is he gonna? No, he's not going to. Oh, okay, alright.
Oh my
Feaster
goodness.
is sadly way too slow right here. Really good job at the end of the match on XD's side right there. Getting 2 survivors to the exit gate. Very nice. Yeah, that was really good. They were trying to split up to go to either one exit gate or the other one. The teleport right there was necessary because the Mercenary could take 2 hits and still go to the dungeon. Mercenary was easily going to the dungeon when the Seer was able to escape through this exit gate. So taking the call right there, going to teleport to the Seer was necessary.
Indeed.
But again, without detention, Seer even could take 1 hit, go through the roller coaster. They prepared this right there. They tapped on the stop sign, so the roller coaster goes 1 stop more. which gave them a lot of time. Again, Feaster, really slow character. Tai, amazing match. I'm glad we just witnessed this. Again, these matches on these high competitive players right here are just incredible, splendid, I would say.
I'd have to agree with you. I mean, I also give my kudos to PC. I felt like that was a good move.
Yes.
I think it just really came down to he needed to take down that Seer.
Yes.
And I think it's also phenomenal on XD's part because the fact that the roller coaster was there to take him all the way to the other side while the Mercenary was opening that exit gate, just really good strategy right there. as well.
Exactly, exactly. And through the entire match, it was a really balanced game. We can see it on the score at the end, a tie. Really, really balanced game. Hunter, the Feaster, did an amazing job. PC did an amazing job bringing down the coordinator early game and really securing this kill and also pursuing the Perfumer. But we just have to say, XD right there at the end really outplayed the Feaster with this one stop sign right there going
Indeed.
to the next stop. Really, really good job. That was perfect coordination, perfect teamwork. And again, we can see it. Yosol's Dream Witch got banned, just as we said earlier. That's the call that we were expecting. And we can also see Mechanic got banned, which makes room for the Seer right here in this team. We have on the Survivor side the Seer, Proud Warrior. We have Clockfire with the Mercenary, Mr. Kira with the Enchantress, and Lambrusco with the Perfumer. And Yosol this time not utilizing the English, Chrisley, not utilizing the Dream Witch because they banned the Dream Witch, obviously, but this time utilizing the Ripper, not the Spider.
Okay, so before we talk about these picks further, I'd like to set the tone for what the win conditions are here. In order for XD to still force not needing to play that third set of rounds, they need to get a perfect 5-0. But nonetheless, this is good for No, because it just means that the odds of them proceeding to the third round makes it all the more better because they just only need to avoid not getting wiped out. As long as at least one survivor makes it, then they still have a shot at this. They still have a shot at this best of 3 series. At least based by the points. Because if you look at it, let's say XD gets 5 points off of this. They'll be getting a total of 15, whilst No would have a total of 3 points. So that's a very far climb off. Let's say even if they get a perfect score of 10 in the third set of rounds, it will only add up to 13 points. Now, should it be, let's say, a 1-3 scenario towards the end of this particular round, we would then have the total points for No to 4 points versus XD's 13 points, and that still leaves room for No, although it would be a trickier scenario because they would in effect need to get the perfect 10 points in the third round, but at least it's something to work with, and it definitely gives incentive for No here, wherein they're only working against one odd that's against them.
Okay, you just said way too many points for me to follow you along.
The gist of it, long story short, do not allow yourself to get a perfect 4.
Exactly. All No has to do to get into the next round is to get one survivor out of this game right here. Okay, there we go. We can see the Ripper right here going straight up for Proud Warrior. The Seer, finding the Seer early game is okay. He's a good. Was that a hit? Yes, it was a hit. Very nice. Landing this early game hit right here. Now Proud Warrior needs to kite around a little bit longer. Very nice, very nice. Waiting at the exit, waiting at the pallet right here, but just waiting 1 millisecond too long. Getting the hit right here. Really nice try from Proud Warrior. I saw what he was trying to do, but we have to say those are high competitive players right here. And one little mistake of 1 millisecond could mean you're going down or you are getting out of there.
And a survivor going down this early means that No is forced to respond to this. They want to get all 4 survivors optimally functioning just so that they get these ciphers faster. But that said, this is going to slow down their progress a little bit. It does seem that Proud Warrior is now up courtesy of the save of Clockfire, but
using the owl right there, very important. But taking the hit right here. Last effort for the Seer, now getting away. That's going to put a lot of pressure, you already said. That's going to put a lot of pressure on No side because they really need to rescue the Seer this time. They really need to body block, so he's not going on the rocket chair for the second time. Seer used his owl right there. Sadly, lost his owl right there to the Ripper. And now we can see Clockfire already making his way back to rescue the Seer Proud Warrior from the rocket chair.
Oh man, let's go ahead and see. Clockfire is going to be assigned to savior duty once again, just to get Proud Warrior off. 4 ciphers remaining. No. Decoding progress, I would still say is fair, and there you go, the save us once again. But Yosel already on their tail. Clockfire going to try to go for that
nice body block. Nice
Beautiful.
body block. Really good. Another one. Mercenary will go down, but they really want to prevent the Seer from taking another hit. Again, Seer is dead on rocket chair. Look at the Mercenary. Mercenary is waving. Take me, leave the Seer, go. But obviously the Ripper, we have Yosol right here, concentrating on the Seer right there, waiting for the Owl to run out. We can see that the Mercenary is really trying to you know, get in between those two. But, alright, getting down there. Oh, that blink and almost hitting the Foggy Blade. Good job from Proud Warrior, getting a little bit more distance between him and the Ripper, but he really needs to be careful right now. That's gonna be intense. That's gonna be intense with the... Alright, that's good job right there. Proud Warrior really using the environment right here to get distance between him and the Hunter.
Looks like Yosol, though, definitely great kiting here from Proud Warrior, buying a lot of time.
Yes.
And Mr. Kira and Lambrusco just
nice dodge, nice shoot right here. Throwing down the pellet, yep, really crucial to throw down that pellet early. Not gonna risk to take another hit while throwing down the pellet. And again, we are right here in a really good kiting spot, and the Seer is kiting around very well, giving the team enough time to decode more Cypher Machines. We are now down to 2 Cypher Machines. Very good! Good job, Proud Warrior. He took early game hits right there, going on the rocket chair 2 times, but now really showing off what he is capable of.
Yes, no. Really hell-bent and intent on keeping the dream alive of proceeding to that finals. Proud Warrior, something just switched up in him, and his kiting is crazy, buying
Look
so
at
much time.
this!
Oh.
Very good job. Going in for the hit right there with the Owl, giving him again a little bit more time to you know, transition to another kiting area, which he can use. Alright. Okay, that was unfortunate. I mean, the Feaster, if he is speeding up, if he is invisible, is a really difficult Hunter to encounter. But again, we have to not congratulate, but we have to mention Proud Warrior right here, doing an amazing job after sitting 2 times on the rocket chair, still giving the team a lot of time, bringing down Cypher Machines and luring the Hunter away from the team.
Oh man, Yosol must be happy about that, spotting Mercenary in the distance, but of course not wanting to opt for that, as Clockfire would make a tricky target. Still a lot of pads to work with. We'll just try to go for Mr. Kira instead. And this should be interesting. Should he be able to close that out? 1 Cypher remaining for no. Things are looking very good for them.
Yes, exactly. There we go. Enchantress took a hit right there. She most likely knew that she would take the Foggy Blade right there. But still, they have... He's not concentrating on the Enchantress at this point. He is really going to put pressure on the survivors that are on the Cypher Machines, because he knows 1 Cypher Machine is remaining. You really don't want to prevent them from popping the Cypher Machine as soon as the survivor goes down.
Indeed. And look at this Clockfire trying to establish some distance. Gonna get that swipe right there.
Good job.
Will take a bit of time, but then again, Yosol will be rewarded in this pursuit.
Exactly. Now he's again going for the Cypher Machine. Again, you want to put pressure on these Cypher Machines, but you can see they are primed. We have Lambrusco right here baiting for the hit. He wants to take the hit, use the perfume to go back, or just popping the Cypher Machine right away. That's at least what I think is the plan right here. Taking the hit, popping the Cypher Machine, and then run off as fast as he can. I think the other 2 survivors are already at the exit gate. Lambrusco is just waiting for this 1 hit.
Indeed. Oh man, this is looking very tricky here. Yosol trying to time this correctly as well.
Alright, there we go. Pop the Cypher Machine as far as I can tell. Okay, alright. Taking the hit right there while throwing down the pellet. And again, the other two survivors are most likely split up at the exit gate. Mr. Kira, we can see her, the Enchantress right there on the exit gate at the roller coaster beginning. And what I would say is the Mercenary Clockfire. Alright, good job. Good call right here. Leaving the exit gate. Clockfire runs in, I would say, for the rescue maybe. Can see the stop sign is not activated. Alright, we have 2 survivors now going in guys, I'm sorry. They are not going in for the rescue. Maybe Mr. Kira is going in for the rescue, but we have to keep in mind that the Ripper has detention. So what they want to do is they really want to get over there to the exit gate. Exit gate is already open. Clockfire is over there. Again, they need one survivor to get out of the exit gate, out of the game alive. And that is most likely what is going to happen right here. We have Clockfire going through the gate and not really sure if they will be able to rescue one more survivor. I would say they're gonna play it safe because they know with one survivor they are proceeding to the next round, to round 3, and if they can show off what they are able to do in the next round, they can still make it.
Oh man, here we go. Yosol, at such a crucial time, manages to pull down 3 survivors. Like, I was actually thinking that this was going to end in a 2-2, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was actually really, really good gameplay right there from the Ripper. At the very end, now bringing down these 2 survivors, using the teleport to go to the exit gate just in time before the exit gate was open. I mean, we saw the Enchantress actually working on the exit gate, and I actually thought that she was able to open it up, but she knew better. She was going away. She distanced herself from the Ripper, going to the roller coaster, trying to get to the other side, to the other exit gate. But again, Ripper, really fast character, was able to catch up right there and bring down the Enchantress, which again gives no 1 point for this match for one survivor that was escaping. XD 3 points for this match. XD is in the lead with 13 points right now, and we have no, I probably won't know too much, with 4 points, which gives no the chance, if they are eliminating all 4 survivors and escaping with all 4 survivors, to still win this round right here, to still win this match against XD. But we have to say XD has a huge advantage because they
definitely.
They only need to get
Just need to get one survivor
down or one survivor out, right?
One survivor down.
Yeah, that's it. One survivor down or one survivor needs to get out of there.
Yeah. I guess for precaution, at least one survivor out will potentially push it into a. Well, yeah, actually, just one survivor.
One survivor. Again, XD has a really
English, Grizzly, English.
advantage over no at this point. Really only needs to bring one survivor out of their survivor game or one survivor down in their hunter game, and this will proceed them into the finals right here. Really excited to see what no will pull off right here. And that is it for the round 2 of no versus XD. And we are jumping right into a short break.
Yes, indeed. Question is, before we leave you, will no be able to defy the odds and get the perfect 10 to make it to the finals? Or will XD ultimately become our first finalist? We'll find out in a bit. We have been your casters. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly. And this is the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We'll catch you guys for our 3rd set of rounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We are going to be your casters once again. Hope you're not getting tired of us, guys. I'm Mark Takuno. Probably not getting tired of this guy, that's for sure. Gaming Grizzly. Don't give me those puppy eyes.
Why would they not get tired of me but of you?
You know, because you're a Gaming Grizzly.
You're saying this all the time. The Gaming Grizzly. You are the Gaming Grizzly.
The number one YouTuber to exert his dominance and importance.
It's just a pleasure to be on your side, and I think everyone can appreciate you as much as they appreciate me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So right now, last round of No versus XD right here. Again, we have to say No needs a perfect round right here.
Yes.
2 5-point matches right here will secure them the victory. If anything else happens, XD will proceed into the finals right here. And that's going to be interesting. A lot of pressure on No. But also, I mean, XD shouldn't lay back right now. They still have to get this one victory right here. Or not victory, is 1 point at least. And okay, we are just getting informations that XD won. I'm a little bit confused about that. Give us a few seconds right here
Let's
to
do some
calculate
math.
the points
Yes.
right here. We can see No has 4 points. And we can also see that... Sorry guys for this little confusion right here.
Let's do some math. So, round 1, round 2.
I just want to talk to the, what is it, the people in our ear. XD did not win. We have 13 points for XD and No has 4 points. If No gets round 3, 2 victories with 5 points, No would win. No, sorry to say this. We just have a little bit of... I'm not the only one having problems with doing math right here.
Yeah, I think I should have probably listened a little bit more when I was in school when they were teaching addition. No, just kidding.
No. Like this time, I'm pretty sure that we are right at this point. And
We'll see, though. We'll see how things go down. But nonetheless, just to update everybody on our schedule as well. Currently, the first semifinals that we had is No. Second semifinals, or rather, No versus XD. While our second semifinals will be Alpha and Omega versus Astra. Now, from the games that we saw earlier, definitely looking really good for XD here. Both rounds, they had a superb performance, but then again, you also don't want to discount No, who started out a little bit more on the slower end, but this could be the momentum that they need, this build-up that could lead towards the 10 points that they need. Sure, it's a very tall order. Sure, statistically, it's definitely hard to pull off, but we've seen a lot of these miracles happen in previous tournaments. Who knows, maybe No will be able to pull off the same feat that some of these teams have gone through, wherein they had to fight against these odds. So we shall see how it goes. Of course, with the maps that we've seen earlier, we've had both Arms Factory as well as Moonlit River Park. Very curious as to what our third round map will be. And furthermore, how the bans will be playing out, because with the bans that we have, Dream Witch was another one of the considerations, of course. So anyways,
I have more insights now.
Okay.
So I was talking to our people right here, and they told me round 1, in the total points, round 1 got was 3-1, right? XD? No, 8-1. XD won the first round. In general, XD won the first round.
Okay, so we're gonna be basing it off the
Exactly. We are not basing it on the points. We are basing it on the rounds.
Okay.
Round 1 by points was won by XD. Round 2 by points was won by XD, which makes this 2 points in round 1 and round 2 for XD, which means XD will proceed into the finals.
Okay.
There was just some
Interesting.
There was just some misunderstanding right here.
Yes. Okay.
So this means we are talking about the rounds right now, and again we have 2 points for XD right here to 0 points for No, which means the last round is obsolete, not necessary.
Understood. Okay, so just to make things clear to our audience, while we have the points, obviously, the primary consideration will always be towards whose favor these rounds tilt. And in which case, both rounds did tilt towards XD. In which case, even though by points, no can still catch up, it will still be rewarded to XD because by virtue of who got more points per each round, it is XD.
Exactly, and that's a little switch up, I would say, for the final matches.
Yeah, but okay. I guess with that, we'd like to give our congratulations to XD. Superb performance. I'm really, this is what I love about this tournament. I'm slowly discovering people who I hope do content, like Yosol.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm actually going to check if he has any social media, public
Yes.
social media, of course.
Absolutely.
He's a private person. Then, of course, I'm not going to stalk him or anything.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't do that, right? I remember
Or
when I
would
told
I?
you
No, just kidding.
my social media. I was
Yeah, yeah.
like, okay, I will block Auntie Kun.
Not on your private, but your public. Yeah. Same goes for me. But also kudos to No for making it this far into the
Absolutely.
tournament. There were a lot of yeah moments.
Yeah,
to their
absolutely.
run.
It was an amazing match for the amazing tournament so far for all teams. All teams did an amazing job, but again, we are now down to the last 4 matches. Really, really excited to see now Alpha and Omega versus Astra right here. We can see Call Me Duty utilizing the Spider, obviously, as long as Spider is not banned. Call Me Duty will use his Spider right there because all the time we saw Duty playing Spider, it was just amazing, absolutely outstanding, high tier performance. And we can see Astra. We cannot talk down Astra right here because they were doing an amazing job through the entire tournament as well. Right now going for an Enchantress, Seer, Perfumer and Mercenary team.
Oh my. So, just a quick recap. Out of all the spiders that we saw, Call Me Duty has had the best run. Not just the basis for why I'm saying this, he's had the fastest takedown time on survivors. He managed to pull off a victory where not a single cipher went down. Plus the fact that just by the minutes of the game, it was so fast in the blink of the eye, which is why we kind of gave him this nickname No Chill Duty, because there was
chill duty
no
indeed.
chill whatsoever, and he plays Hunter. And I brought this up towards the beginning of the stream. I would have loved to, well, then again, I guess semifinals would be the best place for these two teams to go up against each other. But Alpha and Omega Astra, two very phenomenal teams, both deserve to make it even further. But, this is going to be their time right here. One of these teams is going to make it out as a finalist. And I'm just raring to go. A lot of talented players. Of course, we already highlighted CM Duty. John Zhao as well was absolutely phenomenal yesterday. Also, Blu-ray Scar. It's Schmitty also with his Seer plays. I am just...
Yeah.
Plus the lawyer yesterday. I'd also
The
like to
lawyer.
touch up on that real quick. But I am just torn with the semifinals right now. Both teams. I don't know about you, but...
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely excited to see the Red Church map right here for Call Me Duty Spider. Really good place to put down a lot of these webs, a lot of these annoying webs, at least for the Survivor team. Annoying maps, did I say maps? Webs. And we already saw Call Me Duty completely masters the Spider. The cobwebs, the shooting webs that he is shooting, they hit, it feels like over the entire map. And I'm really excited to see Call Me Duty pulling off some amazing plays right here, right now, today, on this final day of the tournament.
Whew, I'm getting chills right now, Grizzly. This game right here. Ladies and gents, fasten your seatbelts. I would not be surprised if this goes all the way to the full round 3. I
Yeah.
think we might actually see
Yeah,
that.
these two teams, I would definitely say they are head to head. Head to head. This is nothing. We saw it earlier. There were a few matches where you could really tell that the difference in skill was visible. But these two teams, no. Now I'm saying no. There's no difference in skill. I wouldn't say that there's any difference in skill, and can't wait to see if Alpha and Omega is able to defend the throne, because again,
Yes.
we saw Alpha and Omega was the team in the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, representing the Northern American and European server. They did an amazing job over there, playing against all these other teams that made it into the finals right there. And now they have to defend this title. So maybe there's a little bit more pressure on A&O's shoulders right here.
I guess at the end of the day, I'd agree with you. By skill, looking pretty dead even. The
Yeah.
only advantage that Alpha and Omega has at this point is they have the international experience. They competed at the global finals. And like I
Exactly.
said, that's something that you don't want to discount, because by having that experience, you're able to deal with these high pressure scenarios.
Exactly.
But knowing Astra as well, how calm and collected they are, we'll just have to let the players' skill speak for itself. Ladies and gents, as I mentioned, this game is going to get intense. Make sure to tune in. Don't even bat your eyes, because Alpha and Omega on the Hunter front, Astra on the Survivor front.
Look at
is
this,
gonna be
look
some
at
prime
this.
IDD.
Good call right here. Call me Duty. And really giving John a hard time, right? Trying to juke, taking the first hit. Call me Duty with these early game hits. Going for the Enchantress again is a really good call by Call me Duty, because the Enchantress is not the best kiter early game. She needs to fill up her ability.
Oh my goodness.
Very, very nice, very nice. But that might be it for John. Again, Enchantress needs to fill up her skills to actually stun the Hunter. We saw a short stun right there because John took one hit. Yeah, Call me Duty, amazing job spotting out Enchantress early game.
Yeah, look at him go already setting up those webs. Going to
Yeah.
be a very dangerous save that Astra needs to pull off should they want to get John Zell out of that chair. It does look like Mercenary is already making his way. Let's go ahead and see if he could pull off quite the tedious mission that he has. Doesn't want to get himself into any trouble himself. And there you go, the
Taking
first
one
whack
hit,
on the head.
not wasting any time right here. We already called him no chill duty right here, and that's exactly what we are seeing. Giving one hit to the Mercenary, also being able to give another hit to the Enchantress with Kite turn on right now, which means she will go down within the next 20 seconds. And yeah, most likely just trying to, you know, get a little bit of distance between Call Me Duty and the Enchantress, just to make it harder for Call Me Duty to bring her to a rocket chair and to give the team more time. There you can see the Seer bring down the second Cypher machine of this match, and the Enchantress is sitting on the rocket chair for the second time of this match as well.
Oh man, CM Duty.
Look at these
already-
webs on the wall right there.
Oh,
What a
beautiful.
spot. Now we can see Perfumer is going in for the rescue. Perfumer is going in for the rescue. She definitely wants to take a few hits right there for the Enchantress. Very nice, very nice. Now she can teleport back. Enchantress getting the owl because they... Oh my god!
Wow.
Call Me Duty really concentrating, really focusing on the Enchantress, because he knows putting this Enchantress on the rocket chair will take her off to the skies, out of the game. First survivor right here. 3 Cypher machines remaining. Now the team really has to concentrate. There we go. Nice teleport, nice teleport. Putting pressure on these survivors. Putting pressure on these survivors. Nice!
Wow.
But still taking the hit right there. Good job from Call Me Duty. Throwing the web instead of taking the hit right away to get rid of the perfume and still damaging the perfumer.
Oh, very dangerous. There you go. Whack on the head. And of course, Mercenary going to try to establish as much distance as he can before he falls. But Call Me Duty is definitely on a roll. Still, Astra, they're holding her own. They're trying to get as many of these ciphers decoded as possible. But as these survivors start going down one by one, it's going to just limit them all the more further. Looking very tricky. They have to start accelerating the pace.
Exactly, exactly. No chill duty right here in action. It's just amazing to see how fast he is able to hit these survivors and how he utilizes the webs of the spider. Now we have Mercenary on the rocket chair. Perfumer got healed. Most likely Perfumer needs to go in for the rescue. What we can see right there, Perfumer is going in for the rescue. Still has 1 perfume, which means can take 1 hit and reverse the damage. But we know Call Me Duty is pulling off his tricks right there, shooting webs to get rid of the perfume, and then still taking a hit right there. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Rescuing.
Oh man, Perfumer trying to time this correctly. Whilst Seer still
Very
on
nice,
Nico
good
duty.
job right there, good job. But still Mercenary taking a hit right there will go down eventually. Perfumer rescued. And we saw the Seer bring down one more Cypher Machine. They are now down to 2 Cypher Machines. This is a really, look at this. They are trying to body block. They are trying to confuse Call Me Duty, but he is really patient. He really knows what he is doing right here and puts a lot of pressure on these survivors. There is almost no chance that these survivors will bring down these 2 Cypher Machines at this point.
Call Me Judy as a spider is absolutely scary. The accuracy, the dexterity, the precision in the process of hunting down these survivors is impeccable. And it is looking very scary at this point. Look at CM Judy already starting to speed his way through, trying to figure out where Proceed is, but nonetheless while also guarding his prime targets right here. Definitely not wanting to give any leeway for Proceed to try to get the save on his teammates, but Perfumer up and running once again.
Very nice call from Call Me Duty. Spotting the Perfumer, seeing that Perfumer got up, trying to hit right there right away, but the Perfumer was able to rescue the Mercenary after Call Me Duty hit the rocket chair, but now bring down the Mercenary this quick, really close to a rocket chair over there, which means sitting on the rocket chair for the 3rd time, sending the Mercenary back to the manor. Now most likely concentrating on the Perfumer because he knows where the Perfumer is roughly about. And we also have the Seer. We know Seer Proceed is already close to the dungeon. He either wants to go through the dungeon or yeah, he wants to go through the dungeon at this point. Not really sure if he will be able. Look at this. Leaving the Perfumer right there because Call Me Duty obviously knows Perfumer cannot get up again and he needs to secure the 4 survivor elimination to get these bonus points.
Wait a minute, CM Judy actually missing out on Proceed there by a millisecond. Of course, we'll be shifting direction once again, still trying to sniff him out, but Proceed definitely going to be pretty good for him. He's still fairly healthy. So let's go ahead and see if he can actually maybe go for a Cypher here.
All right, there we go. We can see Call Me Duty already. You know, as soon as you touch the Cypher Machine, it is a certain progress. The Cypher Machine is wiggling. Call Me Duty saw that and now knows where the Seer is located at and trying to hit him right there. Very nice, very nice. Very good hit right there from Call Me Duty. He is really giving these survivors, he's really giving the Seer a hard time. He can... All right, okay, that is just how fast the Spider can be and bring down these survivors. Bring the Seer to the rocket chair. Will most likely give A&O 5 points for the first match.
Call Me Duty definitely living up to the no chill in this round, getting a perfect 5 out of not 5 out of 0, but 4 out of 4 survivor takedown, which will effectively grant Alpha and Omega 5 points in this first set of rounds. Beautifully played right now. Again, another flex of muscles of just how amazing Call Me Judy is on this Spider. Like I mentioned, accuracy, dexterity, as well as how fast his response time is in making sure that he hits those survivors. Impeccable. This, ladies and gentlemen, is super high competitive IDV you are witnessing.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see what Astra will bring to the table now when they are on the Hunter side right here. I'm actually not sure what we can expect, but I think we might see another Spider. Again, Spider is the most banned Hunter. Most likely they are banning the Spider. I'm not really sure though. I mean, we also saw Treemage utilized in the first matches right here. Maybe we're going to see another little switch up right there. Not the Spider, but a different Hunter. Yeah, I'm excited. They need to, you know, get the 5 points as well. I want them to get the 5 points as well because we saw it in earlier matches. As soon as one team has a little bit of an advantage over the points, there is just pressure on the team.
Definitely.
There is just pressure on the team, and this can get to your head if you let it play with you, you know. And if they're getting 5 points, it's just getting to be more interesting. It's just more exciting, and these players really have to show off what they can do.
And what I find interesting about this is, indeed, if Astra is able to get 5 points as well, this guarantees us a third set of rounds.
Exactly.
Because that will result to the first set of rounds in a lockdown tie.
Right.
Oh, man, I would love to see that. Again, Alpha and Omega and Astra, two of the teams that have been highly anticipated in this tournament, facing each other off in the semifinals. And like I said, just highly competitive Identity 5 that we're witnessing here. I'd also like to put in. So we've been highlighting Call Me Duty. Here, we also get the opportunity to look at another hunter who's been doing phenomenal in this tournament, Blue Ray Scar. Totally understand the fangirling coming in from Sayora. It is justified from the performance that we've been seeing from Blue. Question is, can he pull off the 5-0 going up against some of these really, really talented survivors on Alpha and Omega's front as well?
I mean, you are absolutely right. We saw Schmitty, we saw Milek, we saw you, and Paul Plims. They are coordinated. They know exactly where which survivor is. They know exactly what to do in these matches. They are practicing for months. They know exactly what they are doing. But if someone can bring down 4 survivors of A and O right here, it is Blue Racecar. You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Sorry.
I'm gonna get some rice later.
And Blue Racecar can definitely pull it off. And I actually think he will give the survivors a roughly hard time. But again, we have seen AO doing these cypher rushes, bringing down these ciphers really, really quickly. So none of these teams will just let the other side win right here. No, they will give each other a hard time. They will give each other a rough time. And they will give us something that we can really be looking forward to. Exciting matches, really, really competitive gameplay of top players.
Indeed. And I'm just raring to get into this. So, yeah, basically we have 2 of, without a doubt, the best hunters right here playing this semifinals. And I think there's definitely going to be a bit of pressure for Blue just because he needs to match up to the 5 points that Call Me Duty was able to execute and bring in for Alpha and Omega. It does seem like there will be a shift right here.
All right.
Okay, one thing I'd also like to mention is how Blue Racecar, he could go very deep into his hunter pool. And especially in scenarios like this, you'd expect, like you mentioned, Spider just way up there.
Yeah.
Standard pick, definitely want to utilize just how OP that Spider is. But in this twist right here, Blue Racecar instead bringing the photographer in. This just got all the more interesting, Grizzly, to be
Absolutely, absolutely. Really, really interesting to see the photographer pick right here. And especially, I want to highlight that Blue Racecar, Team Astra, needs the 4 survivor elimination to at least get the draw for the first round. We are now playing by wins by rounds, which means if A&O is able to get out with only 1 survivor, they will get the first win of the first round. We are playing a tournament right here that defies by victories out of 3 rounds, and giving A&O the first point for the first round really puts pressure on Astra. And
Truly.
I think, Blue Racecar knows all of this. Blue Racecar knows what is on stake right here, that he needs to get these 4 survivors down. And using the photographer, honestly, I am surprised. We saw the photographer being utilized earlier in this tournament, and
yeah,
Spider has a higher win rate.
Spider has a higher win rate. Not to mention, this was something that I brought up where anybody that isn't Spider, Ripper, Dream Witch, or Feaster hasn't had the best time. Photographer has been on the losing end a lot throughout the duration of this tournament. But if there's any hunter who I feel can switch that up, definitely Blue Racecar.
Blue Racecar. Absolutely can agree on that. All right, we can see Blue Racecar going straight up to the photo world, trying to, freeze the survivors as long as he can. And now going to find these photo world characters.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting. I love how he brings this up right away. Just because, you can kind of estimate where the spawns could potentially be for survivors. So,
Exactly.
Question is, can he find something?
Oh, very nice. Good job right here, spotting my leg at the Cypher machine. And I want to say it again, going for the mechanic early game is really, really crucial, because the mechanic can decode. We know A&O Cypher rushing these Cyphers down. But now Blue Racecar going for the mechanic really slows them down. Really, nice hit on the mechanic. The owl was just a millisecond too late. I I said it earlier. If you make a small mistake, just a small mistake by a millisecond, it could mean that you are taking the hit, you're going down, or you are not taking the hit, or not going down. So what we can see right here, Mechanic goes down. Good job from Blue Race Car. Good job, Blue Race Car.
Yeah, looks like he ain't gonna be.
He
wasting
even found
any
the
time
doll
either.
right here. Very good. This actually puts Milek in a bad position because usually Milek could still use this robot to
Indeed.
decode, and they wouldn't lose a decoder. But at this point, no doll is up anymore.
Yeah, lots of value that Blue Race Car is getting off of that initial takedown. And yeah, looks like we have a contender. Not gonna be Call Me Duty. That's gonna be the only guy with no chill. Blue Race Car definitely no chill going into this game, not wanting to give Alpha and Omega the pleasure of having the upper leg going into the second set of rounds. The question is, let's go ahead and see who from AO will be committed to go on to savior duty. Could
We can see that they are actually letting the Mechanic pass the halfway mark. They are really concentrating on decoding at this point.
True.
And this actually, look at this, that actually puts Blue Race Car in a pretty good spot right here. But now we can see Mercenary is going in for the rescue. Mercenary is going in for the rescue. And as you already see, as you already said, we have no chill Race Car right here. So let's see how he handles this situation. Very nice, blocking the hit. Mercenary is now, blocking the way as well. Good job. Mercenary knows that he has to protect my leg. He has to protect my leg, or my leg will be out of the game.
Oh,
Good job, good job, good call right here. Oh my god, very nice. Hitting Blue Race Car now, putting this team into a lot of pressure, putting A&O into a lot of pressure, because we know that the Mechanic sitting on the rocket chair one more time will move her out of the game, will move Milek out of the game, and Mercenary, who is the main rescuer of this team, is also down, but we have to consider we still have Perfumer, Seer, 2 rescuers. Seer has no owl anymore, but Perfumer has still 3 Perfumes, most likely going in for the rescue of the Mercenary.
also, with what Alpha and Omega did right there, even though they may be losing out on one survivor, the efficiency of how these ciphers have been rolling out is actually pretty respectable nonetheless. They still could potentially avoid the 5 points going to Astra, but Blue Race Car has been on a roll in this game, already going to be pursuing Schmitty, in which case, ooh, things are getting
We gotta say,
intense.
we gotta say, Schmitty, one of the best Seer players. We have seen him before kiting Hunters for ages. Right there, very good call on the rescue right here, taking the hit, but undoing the damage with the Perfume. Very nice, taking another hit now, rescuing the Mercenary. Mercenary goes down right away. Alright, again. This puts a lot of pressure on A&O right here. But again, we already said at the very beginning, if someone can pull off the 4 survivor elimination of Alpha and Omega, it is Blue Race Car right here. It is Blue Race Car.
Exactly, and with the assortment of photographers that we've seen in this tournament, this is the best photographer that we're seeing yet on this broadcast. Blue Race Car, like I said, he's clearly on a roll. You, not going to be long of this world unless somebody goes for that save. 2 ciphers are remaining, 1 cipher, in which case, AO, they could still get a survivor out of this gate just to make sure that this first set of rounds leans towards their favor.
Exactly. And that is most likely what they are going to do right here. They are focusing on the Cypher machines rather than rescuing the Mercenary right here, because they know they need 1 more survivor out of the game to win the first round right here. But Blue Race Car also knows he needs to bring down all the survivors, and that is exactly what he's going for right now. He's spotting out the Perfumer's image, not hitting the Perfumer because no one is there anymore. They already knew they had to relocate once the photo world is up.
Oh man, this is going to be very, very interesting. Going to be bringing this mirror image to the rocket chair. And Blue Race Car, 1 cipher remaining. Can he pull this off?
We can see that the Perfumer was decoding, and I'm curious to see how far the decoding is, because we also know that Perfumer will most likely go down once the photo world, or will go down once the photo world collapses. Right there we can see it. And Perfumer now needs to get up, needs to get back on the Cypher machine. We can also see Blue Race Car knows where the dungeon is. Most likely the Survivor also knows where the dungeon is. And that's gonna be an interesting play right here. Because if they are able to actually bring down He's looking for someone that is hiding right here for the dungeon. But if he is able, if the Survivor team is able to bring down one more Cypher machine, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough for Blue Race Car.
Speaking of tough here, Blue Race Car already on Schmitty's
There
tails.
we go.
One whack on the head, and Schmitty goes down. We're going to bring him. Let's go ahead and see what Blue Race Car will be up.
We also have to say Perfumer is still down right there, and I'm not really sure if Perfumer can even get up anymore,
Right.
or if she can get up in the first place, because he's waiting. He's not putting him on the rocket chair right away because he's afraid that the Perfumer is just playing a game, playing mind games, now getting up, going to the dungeon. But that is absolutely not the case. Now Blue Race Car really needs to sniff out Paul Blems, because he does not know where Paul Blems, the Perfumer, went down, since he only put the Perfumer on the rocket chair in the photo world.
Indeed.
And obviously is now afraid that Paul Blems might be close to the dungeon, but that is not the case. That is not the case.
Yeah,
Paul Blems is making his way towards the dungeon right there. I'm really not sure. I don't think he can get up. I think he would have gotten up if he was able to do so.
Agreed. Oh no, Blue Race Car slowly closing
All
in.
right, okay, that was a technique right there. Just being down as long as possible to force Blue Race Car, or at least to give Blue Race Car the thought that she couldn't get up, to put the Seer on the rocket chair to enable the dungeon right here.
Oh, this is looking very dangerous. So shift coming in for Problems. One hit, and there you go. Blue Race Car succeeds. Looks like it will be another 5 points in this round for Astra. Both sides getting 5 points, and this ultimately means we will be seeing a third set of rounds. Beautiful performance. Flawless victory coming in from Astra, and still anybody's game, Grizzly.
It was absolutely outstanding to see these two teams competing against each other. We saw that team Astra with the photographer right here. Blue Race Car with the photographer was doing a great job against A&O. But we also have to say A&O was doing an amazing job against Blue Race Car. They were able to bring down 4 Cypher machines, almost the last Cypher machine. The Perfumer was down and waiting to get up until the photographer was putting the third survivor on the rocket chair, which would decrease the time of the dungeon to be opening up. Sadly for the Perfumer, sadly for A&O, this plan didn't end up how they intended it to be. But again, Blue Race Car, dangerous hunter with the photographer right there, getting a 4 survivor elimination, getting these 5 points for Astra that they really needed to stay in the game.
As I mentioned earlier, we have some of the best hunters in the NAEU server. Both Call Me Duty as well as Astra are definitely going to be the definitive members that can make or break the semifinals right here. And I am glad, just as you are, to be able to witness this high caliber Identity 5 play that we're seeing here from both sides here. Kudos to both Alpha and Omega as well as Astra. Of course, we also have to pretty much wait it out who XD is going to be facing. This is also great grounds for XD to do their research as well. But before we head into the break, any final thoughts, Grizzly?
For me, I am absolutely glad that this went out in a tie, because now we are able to see a third round. But, you know, A&O is probably not as happy as I am right now, because they already had 5 points and they were close. They were really close to get the first victory in the first round. But again, facing Astra right here with Blue Race Car, no one is giving in right here. No one is giving the other team an easy time to get, you know, to the finals. Like, oh yeah, you just go ahead. I don't care. No. They are fighting till the end, and I really enjoy to see these matches.
Oh, so there you have it, guys. Alpha and Omega, Astra still not quite clear who's going to get the upper hand. We'll just have to find out once we hit those second set of rounds. We have been your casters. I'm Arcticuno. This is Gaming Grizzly, and you are all watching the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We'll catch you guys in a bit for our second set. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. Things are getting all the more heated as we go along with our second semifinals. Now, the big question here is who will ultimately triumph with our first set of rounds leading into a 5-5 tie. Of course, bringing you the action right here. We're your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and joining me is Gaming Grizzly.
Exactly. And I couldn't be more stoked to see, I couldn't be more excited, more hyped to see these two teams, Astra and Alpha and Omega, competing against each other yet again in round 2. That's where we are right now. Again, round 1 ended in a perfect tie right here. 5
Definitely.
points for each team, which means there is still everything open for both of the teams. And I'm really excited to see which hunters will be banned. Obviously, they will ban Call Me Duty Spider. If they are not banning Call Me Duty Spiders, I stand up and I will leave. Let's see it. There we go. 5 points for both teams right here. If they are not banning Call Me Duty Spider, I don't know what to say. And I'm excited to see which hunter A and O will ban, since we saw Blue Racecar utilizing the photographer instead of the spider in the first round. Are they going to ban the spider just in case, because spider is just one of the best hunters in the game? Or are they going to ban the photographer, since they know Blue Racecar is a good photographer, one of the best photographer players out there?
Oh, man. You know, one thing I noticed is that both logos have a letter A to it. So are we leaning towards the more, Roman Grecian A? Or do you want the more stellar, galactic, starry?
You're right.
A?
We should definitely lean towards the logos of the teams. That's something that is really crucial on how to decide which team you're rooting for. Which team has the better logo? I mean, they both have an A. They both have an A.
Which team do you think is more aesthetically pleasing in logo? And that will be the determining
that is
factor.
probably the tournament's most crucial question right now.
Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about these hunters, because again, we've constantly been highlighting CM Judy and Astra with very good reason, as we saw during the first round. One thing I would like to point out in terms of difference, both are actually very talented at what they bring. CM Judy, we have seen him lean towards these more heavy meta picks. We haven't seen him go out of the box just yet. And that's a pro, because he doesn't really need to, because it just means that he knows how to utilize every single hunter that's in the meta to the T, with the accuracy, dexterity, and precision that I mentioned that he has earlier.
But saying he didn't really get out of the he used X-Boy. We saw him
True,
X-Boy and really pulled off the 4 survivor elimination with the X-Boy. As far as I can remember, I don't want to say anything wrong, but as far as I can remember, he pulled off the 4 the 4 elimination with the X-Boy right there. So again, you already said it. It's very interesting to see that Call Me Duty is not a one-trick pony right here.
Definitely.
Absolutely not. He really masters a lot of different hunters, which gives obviously Team Astra a really hard time right here. Because they can ban the spider. That's fine. Ban the spider. Call Me Duty doesn't even care. He is good with all the hunters.
Truly.
But on the other side, Astra getting the Seer banned, obviously. Seer, one of the common picks right here. Still having a Mechanic, Enchantress. We saw Mercenary, and I don't know what we saw at the last spot. Perfumer, of course, Perfumer. And yeah, again, we have Call Me Duty right here. We saw that Call Me Duty's Ripper, at least yesterday, wasn't able to pull off a 4 survivor elimination. And let's see if this is happening yet again. Or, alright. Very nice. Foggy Blade, perfectly timed, hitting the Enchantress while vaulting right there. Good job, Call Me Duty. Again, he's just a beast. He knows exactly how to time his attacks and how to... Very nice.
Whoa.
And that was so unfortunate for the Enchantress. Enchantress actually used her skill for a short stun while Call Me Duty was breaking the pallet, which means the animation for the pallet break was shorter than usual, giving Call Me Duty, no chill Duty, a better chance to catch up right here, bring down the Enchantress early game. Again, Enchantress early game has no long stuns, which makes her a pretty, not easy target, but an easier target to hunt down.
I'd have to agree with you, Grizzly, and this is definitely going to be a repercussion that Astra needs to try to push, in which case, and with that repercussion, John Zhao is already making his way towards to go for the save onto this Enchantress. Foggy Blade, so going to grant quite a bit of speed here for CM Judy, already going to go for that swipe. Body blocking here, John Zhao, great job.
Oh,
right there.
very nice.
Ooh.
Waiting right in the middle of the pallet, using the doll in the meantime to keep on decoding right there. But we can also see Call Me Duty is absolutely, oh my god.
Beautiful.
Absolutely concentrating, absolutely focusing right here on Proceed, on the Enchantress, and hitting her with the Foggy Blade through the wall, sitting her down on the rocket chair for the second time. Good job, Call Me Duty. And John Zhao sitting there right next to the Cypher machine, most likely using the doll right now to decode. And yeah, we can hear it using the doll to decode. And that puts the Survivor team, that puts Astra again. These hunters, both hunters, we can see right now, Call Me Duty, we saw Blue Race Car. They are giving the Survivor sides a really, really hard time. Both hunters are top tier hunters. And you can just see it right here. You can just see it on the gameplay. Very nice, taking the hit right there, rescuing in time, and taking another hit right there, because obviously we need, this team needs to rescue body block for the Enchantress. Call Me Duty really tries to get her, and obviously needs to get her. But we can see body blocking, good job right there. Short stun, so much is happening right here. Blink, there we go. Proceed is down, which means Enchantress, as soon as she is hitting the rocket chair, will be out of the game. And he's actually concentrating first on the Mercenary right here. Most likely, so the Mercenary will have a shorter time on the rocket chair.
Indeed, great strategy coming in from CM Judy, in which case with how he's managing these survivors, how he brings them to the rocket chair. Of course, this is going to be us bidding adieu to the Enchantress. So far, great coming in from Alpha and Omega's Hunter, but one thing you have to account for is the trust that Astra is putting in these survivors, just to make sure that they buy enough time to work on these ciphers. John Zhao already working on one right now. 2 ciphers remaining in the midst of the chaos, so I think this is still pretty good footing for Astra.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bring down 3 cipher machines in this, let's say, short amount of time, while they were still rescuing, while they were still fighting and kiting around the Hunter right here. Good job with the Perfume, dodging another hit right there, giving the Mercenary enough time to get out of there, putting the Ripper into a little bit of a spot right here, because now he has to decide what to do. Going for the Mechanic is a really good pick. Landing this Foggy Blade again. Good job on the Foggy Blades right here, putting the Mechanic onto the rocket chair, but we still have to think about this. 1 Cypher machine remaining.
Exactly.
Right now there are 2 survivors up and running, and 1 doll decoding as well. Right there we can see Mercenary already going in for the rescue. I would love to see how far the progress on the Cypher machine is right there.
Oh.
Let's see. All right, dashing through, but of course, Call Me Duty knows what to do right here. Really waiting, really being patient for this rescue. Now using the Foggy Blade and hitting the Mercenary. Such an amazing job, being patient, waiting to take the Mercenary out with the Foggy Blade and the regular hit right after.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to highlight though is that 1 cipher, both Perfumer as well as, oh man, this is going to be super duper tricky at this point.
Putting actually the Mercenary
wait a
on the
minute.
rocket chair, that's an interesting move, since we have to say that now the dungeon might open up quite soon, which might be a little escape right there for Aaron. Now going for the doll right here, because most likely the Ripper saw the Cypher machine wiggle a little bit, and now being confused, because yeah, he knows, all right, we have the doll right here, but where is this last survivor? Where is this last survivor? Can she actually make it to the dungeon, or will she even rescue? It even looks like she might be able to rescue the Mercenary from the rocket chair at this point. But really going for this 1 point. Really not risking it, going for this 1 point. Perfumer can still...
my goodness!
Go ahead.
He's gonna make it.
Yeah, of course she's gonna make it. That was an amazing gameplay right here. Really, really knowing that there can only be one survivor that make it out. Not even rescuing the mercenary. Not rescuing the mercenary. Taking the time to actually proceed to the dungeon right here. Letting the mercenary take off to the manor. Really just giving Call Me Duty not the 5 points for Team A&O right here. Might be a good move since we know if Astra is able to get a 4 survivor elimination, they won round 2. I have to say it was an interesting move to put the mercenary on the rocket
I
chair.
agree.
Since he already went through the halfway mark and gives Call Me Duty a really short amount of time to find the perfumer and to eliminate the perfumer that was still at full health.
Yeah, I think that was definitely an interesting case right there. The fact that you're going to place Mercenary at a moment where Perfumer still had the full health. Let's say even though you did have awareness of where the dungeon was and you immediately went there. I mean, still, you're dealing with a Perfumer with a lot of health. Could just easily, let's say, get one swipe, just jump straight in afterwards. So it was a lot of odds that Call Me Duty was putting himself in by going for that move. Just that one move which could have made the difference between 5 points and 3.
Again, we already said it many times. Just making one little mistake or one move that you miscalculated can mean that you go down or that you will run or that you will get 5 points or only 3 points.
That does present the question as to whether or not Call Me Duty did have some other idea.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, because
It wasn't his idea to let the perfumer
Yeah,
get out
of
of there.
course,
I
of
don't
course.
think so.
so maybe he was trying to estimate for something, but yeah, it just didn't quite work out right there. This does give a little bit of footing here for Astra, in which case, should they be able to get the 5 points for themselves going into the second round for the set.
Exactly. But we also have to say there will be a third round. So even if Team Astra will win the second round right here, it's not over yet. And what we can see right here, Blue Race Car using the Feaster. You guys can hear it in my voice. I'm getting a little bit more loud. I'm getting a little bit more excited. Seeing the Feaster being utilized in this tournament so many times is just extremely exciting for me. We can see that they actually banned the Ripper of Blue Race Car. And we gotta say, Blue Race Car utilizing the photographer earlier, getting these 4 survivor eliminations right here. Now using the Feaster still instead of the Spider. Might be a little surprise for the survivors since I would expect a Spider right here. But of course these teams know each other and most likely we can see Alpha and Omega are prepared right here. We have Schmidty with the Enchantress, Milek with the Mechanic, you with the Mercenary, and Paul Blems with the casual Perfumer pick right here. Obviously because Schmidty's Seer was banned. Really, really excited for this match because again, we have to say it. If Astra is able to pull off a 4 survivor elimination, they will get the first point for this match between these two teams.
Oh man, but I'm really looking forward to seeing some Feaster action coming in from Blue Race Car. Aside from your satisfaction of seeing this pick, I think just generally with how Blue Race Car was able to show how proficient he is on this Hunter, it's definitely something that our audience should look out for as well. And it really comes down to this round right here, potentially making the difference for Astra, ultimately potentially granting them the win for the second set of rounds, especially with how our format is rolling out for this tournament.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
And I want to encourage the chat right now. Can we get some hearts for the Feaster in the chat right now?
my
We need
God.
some hearts. Like seriously, we can see the Feaster, who was for a long time considered not a good hunter. We can see him utilized so many times in this tournament and jumping into the match right here, where we can see Sacred Heart Hospital, just the same map as before. Blue Race Car going in with the Feaster, trying to hunt down A&O. He definitely wants to go for the 5 points for the 4 survivor eliminations, since that would mean that is the first point for Astra. Alright, there we go. Already finding the Mechanic again. Really, really good find because Mechanic... Alright. Now using the doll to actually kite around a little bit, but didn't really work out because of the tentacles. Tentacles are the main feature. Let's see if he will spot the doll. He will not spot the doll, which would have been really, really good for him, since now Milek can still decode with the doll once Milek is on the rocket chair.
But there you go, first hit going to be landing onto my leg right now. Alpha and Omega, everyone else trying to utilize the time that my leg is buying right now to get those ciphers done right away. But these are stacking up against my leg right now, looking very tricky. Blu-ray Scar missing out on that hit, but not going to get the turret. Already closing in onto this mechanic. My leg is able to establish a little bit of distance. He's trying to run this out. Blu-ray Scar starting to close in the ring around the Rosie over this tree, but finally his patience succeeds as my leg goes down.
We just saw this tentacle just blocking my leg's route. He wanted to go through the pellet, but just as he saw this tentacle, yeah, he was like, no, that's gonna bring me down. And trying to waste as much time by going ring around the Rosie. Now using the tentacle to spot the survivor that might rescue. Alright, that might give an opening right here for the Mercenary to go in, but actually, no. I mean, yes, obviously, Mercenary can take some hits. Actually takes a hit right there. And we can see there's not enough time for Blue Race Car to use the tentacles to bring down the survivors again. Very good rescue right here. They are down to 3 Cypher machines. Again, what we are seeing right here, Alpha and Omega always bringing in the Cypher rush, bringing down the Cyphers so quickly. But Blue Race Car is not making this easy for Milek right here. Bring him to the rocket chair for the second time this match.
Nonetheless, even with Blue Race Car just hell-bent and intent on my leg, Alpha and Omega doing a great job at decoding these ciphers. Already 3 ciphers remaining. A lot of time very well utilized in the midst of this chase that has been happening right here. Although the unfortunate thing right here is that my leg might not be long with this world. I think is slowly making his way, could speed his way through. Definitely going to be very dangerous though.
Absolutely. You need to take care. He needs to look at the tentacles. He cannot get another hit by the tentacles because that would bring him down instantly. But no, he's not taking it, making the rescue possible right here. Now trying to body block, not really working. And good job right there from Milek, really getting through this window. Now that's gonna put Blue Race Car in a little bit of a spot because we can see 2 ciphers remaining. We have Enchantress and Perfumer still completely out of this chase. Never ever encountering the Feaster before, so most likely, most definitely now still decoding. We can see Mercenary down, Mechanic down, but again, they need at least 1 survivor out of here to get the tie. A and O needs 1 survivor to get out of here to get the tie. Mechanic, Milek is already out of the game, but this doesn't mean that A and O is on a disadvantage right here. Absolutely not. 1 Cypher machine remaining. Absolutely good teamwork on A and O's side, but also really good Hunter control of Blue Race Car.
Yeah, take note. This is an Enchantress and a Perfumer that is still up going for these decodes. Should it come to a point, if they do lose out on you, in case it does come to that, they still have a lot to work with. That 1 Cypher is just waiting to get popped right here. Question is, Paulblum's already making his way to potentially go for the save onto you. Gets 1 hit, but speeds his way through. Alpha and Omega, they want in on as many survivors out of the gate as possible.
Alright, that was a really, really good Perfume right there. Blue Race Car would have been able to actually use the tentacle that was right next to Paulblum's once he teleported back with the Perfume. But now concentrating on the Perfumer right here. Perfumer still is 2 Perfumes on the list right there. And we can now see what is going on. We can see Paulblum is trying to kite as long as possible to give Schmidty, to give the Enchantress time to bring down this last Cypher machine, and actually doing an amazing job kiting around this Feaster. Now going away from the tentacle. Again, there we saw Paulblum's. Okay. Seems like there is a little bit of lag going on. We can't deny that there most likely was a little bit of lag going on.
Yeah, tricky right there. Still no hits coming in onto Paulblum just yet. Schmidty already working on that last Cypher already near.
Alright, I think I know what is going on. I think the Hunter knows that sorry, maybe there was no lag. The Hunter knows that there already is the last Cypher machine primed. So now he wants to hit the Perfumer with a tentacle first. And once she gets up again, he wants to strike her down right away with the normal. Alright, with the normal strike, but they popped the last Cypher. Paulblum most likely gave the go to pop the last Cypher right here. Good job utilizing the Perfume, but not going back. Obviously not going back because the distance is just racing. And there we can see that the exit gate is already opened. And we have detention right here. So it's still possible for Blue Race Car to get out of this match with 3 survivors eliminated. There we go. We saw the Mercenary try to body block. That's going to be super interesting. We know Alpha and Omega needs to get 2 survivors out of here to actually get the victory for this round. And we also know that Astra needs to get at least the Perfumer right here, as well as the Enchantress, to get this to a tie, which means Alpha and Omega has the upper hand at this point.
Question is, what is going to be Paul Bloom's move here? Blue Race Car going for the teleport right there, catching out the Perfumer. This is going to be very dangerous. Paul Bloom's already closing in here. This Feaster. Can he get that last
good
wipe?
good choke at the tree right there. He really wants to get the Perfumer. And he really needs to get the Perfumer. Again, we are already at a tie since the Mercenary is out of this game. What is going to happen now is if Paul Blems manages it to get through the dungeon or maybe through the exit gate, this will put Alpha and Omega in a better spot since they will have the first point after the second round right here. But of course, Blue Race Car is not giving in. Blue Race Car putting out his tentacles, and now, oh my god! Maybe Paul Blems can actually make it to the dungeon right there. Tentacles everywhere, really making it difficult for... Yes! Oh, that was... I wasn't sure if Blue Race Car can make it. Obviously, it was a lot of struggle for Paul Blems to actually get to this dungeon, and Blue Race Car was not giving up. This is the second round. We saw the second match, and we can see the same points on both sides, which means we have a tie in the first round and a tie in the second round, which means as well that the third round can be the deciding round. And if they are getting another tie, we have a fourth round, which can be the deciding round.
Then a fifth and a sixth.
Yes,
and
so basically, this is a sudden death right now.
Yes.
Whoever wins the next round wins the entire match and will proceed to the finals.
It is ultimately going to come down to who gets more survivors out of the gate this time around. And
I have to say, I'm
speechless.
Yeah, I'm speechless too, because we saw A&O doing such an amazing job right there. Almost getting out of there with 2 survivors, getting the first point, putting a lot of pressure on Astra, obviously. But Astra managed to actually get out of there with 3 Wait, what am I talking?
Yeah,
To bring down 3 survivors. That's what I wanted to say. To bring down these 3 survivors. It was really, really close. There was a lot of pressure on both sides right there. But I'm absolutely excited to see these matches, to see these these little things. Again, I said it. If you make a little mistake, if there's something that just takes 1 second longer, you will not make it. And that's what we just saw right there. 1 second more of a distance between the Feaster and the Perfumer, and the Perfumer would probably be able to get through the dungeon, but it didn't happen. Amazing job on both sides. Amazing job on both sides.
absolutely. And I keep on saying this, it's still anybody's game. Could be Astra, could be Alpha and Omega, but nonetheless, with what has been demonstrated right here, I think this is probably the best series that we've had.
It's
yet in
nerve-wracking.
this tournament. It's very nerve-wracking, not just for, I'm pretty sure even more so for these players being in the position
yes.
that they're in right now. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to take a quick break to allow both our teams to take a breather as well, strategize going into this very crucial third set of games. So, Grizzly, we're going to have to take that break as well. I need to take a
drink right now.
Yeah, I need to
to hydrate right here. It's all right. Let's just jump into this break so we can get into the match as soon as possible. We will see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We are going to be your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and with me is Grizzly.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so freaking excited. I'm hyped. I'm pumped to see Alpha and Omega and Astra yet again in round 3 right here. We saw round 1 tie 5-0-0-5. Both teams got the same amount of points, a full survivor sweep right there. Second round, it was a little bit different. Still the same points right here, but three survivors escaping on both survivor teams right there, giving both teams 4 points in total. Still a tie. This is right now a sudden death situation, which means whoever gets more points this round will actually win the entire match and proceed into the final.
I wish I used the toilet going into before going into this round because I'm feeling the that feeling of anticipation and nerves, but in a good way because you're just at the edge of your seat with how Alpha and Omega and Astra has been going. Oh god, I'm gonna run to the toilet after this match.
Yeah, of course. It's just nerve-wracking because both teams. I vote for both teams. Like seriously, both teams definitely deserve to get into the finals right here, and I can't decide. Of course, we have Alpha and Omega and with an amazing team, but Astra just, they are on the same level. They are absolutely on the same level. And I'm super excited.
Like no words.
No, yeah, right. It's just like, what else is there to say? Those are two teams that are head-to-head, same level of skill, same amount of practice right here. Definitely, absolutely deserving to get into the finals, but only one team out of these two teams, Alpha and Omega or Astra, will make it into the finals. And I'm curious to see who it is. I'm curious to see who it is. Man. And it's probably, again, we already said it, small mistakes. Small mistakes in timing can make a huge difference. Will make the survivors go down or not, will stop the kiting or not. These small mistakes, I think that's what will be the deciding part in this final round, or maybe in the next round if they get another tie. But I think if they could play and get ties forever. They could do this forever and ever and ever. It's just like as soon as one small mistake, and that is just a lot of pressure for every player, for every survivor, for every hunter, because they know we have to play this match perfectly. Small mistakes can make us lose right here, and that's what nobody wants. No one.
Out of curiosity, in your time zone, what time does the broadcast start?
The time should be 1 a.m.
Okay, so I think with how this is rolling out, we'll be broadcasting until 11 in the morning?
For me?
No, because, they just keep on tying every time.
Yeah, just imagine it's just going on, and we are here. Welcome to absolutely nerve-wracking A&O versus Astra round 86. They had. I just want to give a quick recap. Round 1 tie, round 2 tie, round 3 tie, and so on and so on. Yeah, that would be. I mean,
that'll be funny because we're just gonna pretty
much.
That
would be funny because we would sit here and we would die because of exhaustion.
Yeah, and imagine because as each round goes on, you ban a survivor, ban a hunter.
I don't think so. I think they will stop
that's
at 2.
The cap.
They will stop at 2 survivors and 2 hunters. But still, it's just it's a possibility that we will not even go into the 4th, but also in the 5th round right here. It's absolutely a possibility. All right. Call Me Duty. No, Chill Duty going against for the X-Boy. We already saw Call Me Duty's X-Boy, and we already know that Call Me Duty's X-Boy is terrifying. But of course, Astra right there. Casual bands, of course, Seer, of course, Mechanic. We can see Enchantress. We can see Magician, Perfumer, and Mercenary. They will, again, we can only repeat ourselves. No one will just give someone else points, and they will give each other a hard time right here. But I'm excited to see the X-Boy in action. I'm excited to see the X-Boy because the X-Boy is not being utilized that much in this tournament. Basically not at all, except of Call Me Duty, at least as far as we have seen it live, right?
Yes.
So X-Boy, really interesting pick. It's just like this little... It's just like a character that you don't see that often makes it even more interesting.
And the fact that Axeboy is in very capable hands. Just makes this all the more a treat for all of us tuning in to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. So I feel like at this point, for Alpha and Omega, they just said, you know what? We have to bring in our ace card, release the Axeboy.
Usually release the Crocker. Okay.
Yeah.
Release the X-Boy.
Release the Axeboy. Oh,
Yeah, really, really, really pumped to see this match right here. Again, we already saw Call Me Duty. Call Me Duty's skill with the X-Boy. It's extraordinary. But again, Astra is the team that definitely can go head-to-head with this X-Boy right here. And we will find this out. The map will be Arms Factory as far as I can tell right there. It's just to let you know, it's a small screen right there in the top right corner. You can see it. A little bit hard to tell, but it's Arms Factory, and it is a fairly small map, which enables the X-Boy to actually go from one point to the other point quite fast with his little surf ability right there. And yeah, we also know that he gets a little speed boost once the flame hits him, and we saw that Call Me Duty used this speed boost to actually close the gap between the survivors, throwing his X just to get the survivors down. And also using the flames to actually hurt the survivors through walls, through... Call Me Duty, just an absolutely amazing player. But again, Astra could make it as well.
one thing I also like about this is if you're going to look at the draft that Astra's bringing to the table, very standard band that we're seeing in the form of the Seer and the Mechanic. But even so, I feel like this composition is pretty good. Like you mentioned, this is a very close quarters map, not to mention Axeboy just going to be a terror to deal with once he chases you on. But given the 4 survivors, there's a little bit of elusiveness as well as elusive survivors in the form of what the Perfumer, Mercenary, as well as Magician brings to the table. While for the Enchantress, you have that hard crowd control as well. So I think this is definitely the best composition that Astra can bring to the table going up against an Axeboy. But of course, I'd really also like to see as to whether or not execution will be on point to make sure that they maximize this as we head into our first round of our third set. Once again, it is Alpha and Omega on the underside with Astra on the survivor side. It looks like he's found a target only.
Exactly, and he did not just found a target. No, he found the Enchantress. Again, really, really good find at the very early game right here. Enchantress has no stuns yet, which makes her a little bit of an easier target for the X-Boy. And what we can see, he is using his little speed boost, as we talked about this earlier, using the speed boost to really close this gap and playing mind games. Look at this, just putting down another tree. He already found 2 survivors running around, 2 survivors not decoding the Cypher machines. Look at the speed boost right here, but not managing to actually hit. Now thinking maybe the Perfumer goes back or not actually doing it. Very nice double back right here, but still taking it. Good job of the Perfumer right here. Also amazing job taking, giving the hit from Call Me Duty.
And there you go. Starting to close in right here. Oh, speed through. Closing that gap.
Good stun. Really nice. Perfect timing, what we just said. Perfect timing. And...
Yeah. The pursuit is still on nonetheless. I think Astra is doing a great job at dealing with Axeboy thus
Good
far.
job right here, Axeboy, with the small fireballs all over the place. Putting down these trees, putting down these pines early game just to have the ability to use them, to utilize the fireballs whenever he needs them. Good job, Call Me Duty. But again, you already said it, Astra is doing a great job as well. Already brought down 1 Cypher machine, most likely being able to bring 1 more Cypher machine down quite soon.
Yes, indeed. Look at Axeboy though, patrolling the area. Here we go, Mercenary already closing in to go for the save.
Missed the flame right here. Axeboy missed the flame. Now giving out a hit, enabling the Mercenary to rescue and giving out the hit right away to the Perfumer again. Good job, really concentrating on this survivor. Always want to concentrate on the first survivor to bring 1 survivor out of the game.
Yes, indeed, Grizzly. And oh, there we have it. Axeboy already starting to lock down on to John Zhao. Just gonna leave the Perfumer down right now. Of course, want to take full advantage of the situation where survivors are within the vicinity, and that's gonna be a whack right there.
Really good call from the Enchantress, even with the speed boost right there, dodging one hit, but then still taking another one. And we have to say, Call Me Duty putting a lot of pressure on these survivors, bringing the Perfumer to the rocket chair for the second time. But on the other side, here we can see it, Mercenaries already bringing down the third Cypher machine of this match, putting Astra on a good spot as well. So again, these two teams, top of the entire server right here, really showing off what they are capable of.
Oh my goodness, there you go, the save is coming in. But of course, Astra, I gotta give my kudos, because even though they had to rotate between saves on these survivors, the way these Cyphers are going down is at a fairly respectable rate.
Good block right here, but still, again, the focus on the first survivor, the focus on bringing down the first survivor, on getting this first survivor out of the game on both teams is really crucial, and they are doing it in a perfect way. He was still hitting the Magician at one point, but then concentrating again on the Perfumer, knowing that the Perfumer will be the first survivor that will get sent back to the mana. Now really utilizing his flames right there, not hitting a survivor, luckily for Astra.
Looks like CM Judy already on Mercenary's tail right here. Look at how fast this gap is closing. Mercenary going to try to work around these structures. Looks like we do see Magician in the vicinity as well. Axeboy, of course, going to be shifting target.
Good job with these flames. We saw him for a short amount of time. He was going for the Mercenary, but Mercenary, out of all the survivors, is the worst survivor to hunt down, since he can take an additional hit and still have time to kite around the X-Boy. So going for the mechanic right here was a good call.
Truly.
From Call Me Duty. No chill duty at all. Still Cypher machines, still 2 Cypher machines are remaining. Very nice. Look at this. Look at these flames. But of course, the survivors know that Call Me Duty will utilize these flames and tries to dodge as many flames as possible.
Yeah, I love the multitasking that Call Me Duty is putting into the shifting through checking these Cyphers that are still off, as well as making sure that he keeps an eye on this Magician, making it very tricky for Astra to go for a save. They need to decide and what could be the status of these remaining Cyphers. We see this one nearby, which is already halfway through, but it's going to be very dangerous to even try to work with that. John Zhao is in the vicinity, though.
Exactly, and really good job from the survivor side, decoding these Cypher machines. We are down to 1 Cypher machines, which means there are 3 more Cypher machines on the map right now. Good job rescuing, body blocking as well. Very nice. Enchantress is down. I'm a little bit confused. Did I miss Enchantress going down?
No, actually, I think in the midst of Axeboy going back, Enchantress fell. Not sure if it was a flame that got to her, but nonetheless worked out well.
Yeah, absolutely worked out well for the X-Boy Call Me Duty right here. Really good job. Enchantress got up again. We know that there are 3 more Cypher machines on the map, and second survivor out of the game. He's just shooting towards the Cypher machines. And the thing is, they did a really amazing job splitting up the Cypher machines that are remaining right now from one side of the map to the other side of the map, and they are now going into a completely different direction just to be able to heal up really quick. Because now, obviously, X-Boy will circle around these 3 Cypher machines right here, trying to find the survivors. So they are searching for a spot where they can securely heal up for a moment.
Yes, you gotta give the commendations of patience to Astra's remaining survivors. They're keeping their cool, making sure that they have arsenal to work with by healing up first before dealing with CM Judy, who's been absolutely fantastic on this Axeboy thus far. With how this game is pacing, it could still go either way, depending on whether or not Astra can play their cards right with the 2 survivors that they only have to work with. It is only 1 Cypher though, so it is a tricky task, but still very much within feasibility.
Absolutely. It actually is a tricky task for both teams, because we know Call Me Duty definitely wants to go for a 4 survivor elimination, not giving the other team the opportunity to get out of here with 1 survivor. Look at this. Surfing around the map, even taking the speed boost by summoning a flame. Really good job. We can now see John Zhao going for the Cypher machine that is already halfway done. But it seems like Call Me Duty is on something right here. It seems like Call Me Duty knows what is going on, going straight up for the Enchantress, which means It's time for the Enchantress to kite around. She already has her skill up 4 times, which means 1 long stun or 4 short stuns. And as far as I know, this should mean... Very nice short stun right here. This should mean... Exactly, that's what I thought. Enchantress was luring away the Hunter from the Cypher Machine that was already halfway done. But no, no, no! Call Me Duty is not playing this game right here. He knows what is up. He is not getting himself lured away.
Interesting. Right here.
Oh! Amazing job. Not gonna lie. First the flame, then the hit. Mercenary has still plenty of time to get away right here. And X-Boy does not even care. Because he knows he will leave the X-Boy there anyway. He will not pick up the X-Boy and put him on a rocket chair. He really wants to get the last survivor.
Yeah, CM Judy just making sure that he keeps these ciphers in check, not wanting to give John Zhao any opportunity to get a decode on. It is coming down to the wire. Mercenary has fallen. Can CM Judy spot out this Enchantress?
Oh, did you see that? That flame throwing over there? I don't think that he actually knew that the Enchantress was over there, but it was just perfectly into the direction. Maybe putting a lot of pressure on the Enchantress, thinking that the X-Boy might know where she is, where John is. But the thing is, we saw it earlier, they went to a spot which is far away from all the Cypher machines. Mercenary went down on a spot far away from all the Cypher machines. Now Call Me Duty circulating all around these Cypher machines, not knowing where the survivors are, giving Astra enough time to heal up yet again.
Oh man, CM Duty, he's really trying to seek out this Enchantress, but John Zhao proving to do a great job at being elusive, actually going for the heal onto this Mercenary, not giving a care, but here we go, Axeboy is closing in, it's going to be dangerous.
Alright, again, very interesting play right here to get as far away as possible from the Cypher. I mean, obviously it's a good call right there to get away as far away as possible, but still, it's a long way and that is wasting a lot of time.
Ooh.
But still, it was a secure healing up spot right there. Nice hit on the Mercenary that we just saw.
Take note, John Zhao is working on this last Cypher. Question is Axeboy going to be spotting him out? Looks like he will just focus on going for this Mercenary instead, but does eventually sniff it out, wanting to make sure that he continues to exert the pressure on these Cyphers. John Zhao, of course, will need to retreat, not wanting to get any more hits from Axeboy. Still very healthy, but you got to work with what you can. And
good hit right there, good hit. But we really have to say Astra is doing amazing. We have to say they were hit, they were down, but they were always able to heal up again and go back to the Cypher Machine. And if we look at the progress of the Cypher Machine, it is really close to being completed. Nice hit through the wall with the fireball right here. This Cypher Machine needs to be finished right now. Enchantress now also starting to decode the Cypher Machine in the middle of the map. Again, good job from Astra trying to, you know, take their time to heal up.
Truly.
And take their time to focus on decoding on this one Cypher Machine.
Oh no, this is going to be super dangerous though. CM Judy already starting to close in onto John Zhao. Just one more hit. One more hit is all it takes. That separates Alpha and Omega's Hunter from securing those 5 points for his team. Ooh.
But on the other side, we also have to say, if someone can pull it off, John Zhao definitely is it. He already has 4 out of 5 skills. Oh, close shot right there. Really close shot. X-Boy, Call Me Duty, really knows what he's doing. And yet again, Enchantress has 4 stuns, 4 short stuns, 1 long as well. There we go, using 1 short stun right here. Now really trying to get towards the dungeon, at least to kite around near the dungeon for as long as possible, trying to, you know, let the... Oh, Mercenary got up right here. Good job. Now using another short stun. But Call Me Duty, good call. Going back to the Cypher Machine that he knows the survivors were concentrating on. And now it's again, the patience of these survivors just taking their time. This is a really long match. We really have to...
Agreed.
We really have to say the end of this match with the last 2 survivors really giving the X-Boy a hard time to bring down the last 2 survivors. Amazing. And actually being able to, you know, almost finishing up this one Cypher Machine. Now switching up the strategy. We have to see they are switching up the strategy. Now going for the Cypher Machine in the middle of the map. Enchantress is decoding. And it's going to be very interesting to see how far the progress on this Cypher machine is. If the Enchantress, if John Sauer is able to pop this Cypher machine to get the Mercenary up again in time, or if Call Me Duty will prevent this. Oh, look at this. Very good gameplay on Astra's side, but sadly, they were not able to get the Cypher machine done right there because of the control, because of the circling of Alpha and Omega's Hunter Call Me Duty with the exploit. Good job. Amazing gameplay. Both teams, both sides did an amazing job really showing us what it means to be one of the top players in this server right here.
Truly, I honestly had no idea what direction that match was going. Was it going to be 1.2 point?
This entire match, this entire end right there was just both sides. They were really doing an amazing job. Again, that was probably the longest match after only 2 survivors were on the map that I've ever seen in this tournament.
I'd have to agree with you. I mean, super long match, not to mention, we have to bring up a lot of the scenarios where we've had 2 survivors remaining. It never dragged on as long as what Astra was able to pull off. So I think we have to give massive kudos to both the Enchantress as well as the Mercenary for lasting as long as they did. That was very, very impressive.
That was super impressive. I didn't know until the end what will happen because they actually were able to bring down 2 Cypher machines almost completely. But then there was this little bit of, they still needed 1 more second, maybe 5 more seconds. But still, they were able to bring down these Cypher machines pretty good. Not popping them, sadly, for Astra, not popping them. But we also have to say, Call Me Duty right there. Circulating around these Cypher machines. Did an amazing job preventing them from actually getting out of there. We can see X-Boy again. Blue Race Car's Feaster got banned instead of Spider. It's gonna be interesting. Again, we just said it. Seeing a character that is not used that often. Now we are seeing him twice on the 2 best teams of this tournament right here. Really interesting.
Blue Race Car is making a statement going into what could or could not be the final round of this series. You guys have been highlighting Call Me Duty as a superb axe boy. I'm going to show you what I can do on this Hunter this time around. Of course, the pressure will be on Astra right now because they can only settle for 5 points or nothing. Anything that falls short of 5 points ultimately puts them out of the running and ends their chance of proceeding to the final. So all eyes have to be on Blue Race Car and how the survivors of Alpha and Omega, with the already clear showing of great coordination, could they potentially deny that from Blue Race Car? That's something that we have to see.
Exactly what you just said. Alpha and Omega, they only need 1 point. They need 1 survivor to get out of here. We can see Schmitty usually uses Seer. Seer got banned, now using the Enchantress again. Mylek using the his survivor. The Mechanic use Mercenary got banned, therefore using the Coordinator. And Paul Blems with the Perfumer yet again. Really, really interesting to see what Alpha and Omega is bringing to the table, since we already have seen that both teams are basically on the same level. They are head-to-head. They are really showing off that they are the best teams on this server. And I'm excited to see what you just said. Blue Race Car bring X-Boy to the table, showing the world, showing that I can do this as well. Call Me Duty, one of the best X-Boys right there. Yeah, I can do that too. I also can master a lot of different hunters, and that's exactly what we are seeing right here.
I'd also like to highlight the difference that we're seeing in priority for survivor bans. Usually, we'd see Seer as Mechanic. It does seem that Astra has much more value on this Mercenary, effectively taking him out, granting the Mechanic. I guess this does have pros and cons. By allowing the Mechanic through, of course, it's already straightforward. We always discuss it time and time again. It does push for giving Alpha and Omega a lot more time to decode. But then again, since this is Axeboy we're talking about, with the crazy speed he has, plus with how close quarters this map is, I think they're comfortable enough to, hey, you know what, we could probably deal with those puppets anyway. Let's go ahead and see, though, if Blue Race Car can pull off just that as we head into a very, very crucial second round within this third set.
Right, and already finding the Enchantress this early in the match, trying to choke right here, but No, Blue Race Car giving out the hit right there, just casually giving the first hit on the Enchantress. Good job. And again, we already said it, Enchantress, early match, no stunts, no possibility to actually, you know, get a better distance. So there we go. We can see that he is definitely, Blue Race Car definitely concentrating on the Enchantress. And before we are talking about more professional stuff, look at this backpack. It's a bear. I really appreciate it.
I knew you were gonna. I knew at one point you were gonna bring that up.
All right, so there we go. It's just a little high from Blue Race Car to me. Very, very nice. We just saw it with Call Me Duty using these flames to bring down the survivors. Yeah, there we have it. Blue Race Car can do the very same, using these flames perfectly through the wall, hitting the Enchantress, first survivor on the rocket chair, early game. Good job, Blue Race Car.
Indeed, getting that early survivor right there. That does present a few tricky. It does present a tricky situation for Alpha and Omega to lose out on survivor. But then again, that has been the trend throughout these past few rounds, so it's not really as strange. But
oh no! Very nice, very nice. X-Boy. All right, there we go. Getting stunned for a long time right here. Still basically wasting the coordinator. He was wasting the coordinator's flare gun because he was just dodging it right there. Good job. Now concentrating on the Enchantress. Again, we already said that is what top tier players have to do. They have to bring down, they have to secure this first elimination of the round.
Oh man, looks like Blue Race Car not going to give Schmitty any moment to breathe. Schmitty just trying to run this out, but look at that speed already starting to close in on this Enchantress. One whack on the head, and
Good
down
job.
Schmitty goes.
Good job, good job. Schmitty tries to juke right here, but Blue Race Car knows better, bringing down Schmitty. We saw Schmitty doing an amazing job already in this tournament, kiting around Hunters. Oh, tried to stun right here. Really good try, but X-Boy was able to get through without getting stunned. And now trying to get his hands on the coordinator.
Yeah, you might be in a tricky situation himself. Already starting to close in. He already has half a hit on his pallet, but oh, wait. Looks like we are going to be seeing a save, though, coming in from Paul Blitz. This is good. This is good for Alpha and Omega. Still have all 4 survivors to work with. But Schmitty, he has to be careful.
Absolutely, he has to be careful, but I already mentioned that Schmitty is a really, really good kiter, and he definitely can kite around for way longer, giving the team way more time. You can see they are already down to 2 Cypher machines. Mechanic is still up, which means down to 2. Yeah, now we are down to 2 Cypher machines. And since Mechanic is still up and going, we basically have another survivor. The Doll, there you see it. The Doll bring down another Cypher machine. Now we are at 1 Cypher machine, Cypher rushing on Alpha and Omega right here. Amazing job. But also Blue Race Car bring down the Enchantress, bringing her to the rocket chair. Out of the game, Coordinator is down as well. So that still can go either way. It still can go either way.
Time is of the essence here for Blue Race Car. The fact that he wasn't able to spot out the Mechanic, plus the puppets are still out there. This one remaining Cypher is going to go down with speed. Looks like Blue Race Car is already on the case, realizing that with 1 Cypher remaining, he has to act fast.
Exactly, and Problem's going in for the rescue. A little bit of a long route right there, but he still has enough time to get over there. And he still has 3. All right, did you see that? Last Cypher machine just got popped. Very good job. We know, or not we, but A&O knows that they only need 1 survivor out of the game. Now putting really tough pressure on Blue Race Car because he knows once one exit gate is opened, that might be it. Again, Alpha and Omega only needs 1 survivor to get out of there, and it actually looks really good for the survivor team. It actually looks really good because Mechanic now, trying to stun right there. Now you have to teleport over there. He definitely knows he has teleport not ready, or am I missing something? Oh no, that's gonna be really tough. The exit gate is almost opened right there. No, he can teleport. They are still decoding. They very good job. Coordinator was still focusing, was concentrating on opening up this gate because having 1 gate open is really crucial right now. Again, 1 survivor needs to get out of there. Blue Race Car knows it. A&O knows it, and I'm curious to see what is going on. Mechanic probably going to be rescued again. Teleport is already used, but X-Boy can use his little speed boost to get over there. Now we can see Milex splitting up. Milex, Problems, they're splitting up because obviously 2 exit gates, 2 survivors. 1 needs to make it out of there.
It's coming down to the wire. Grizzly speeding his way through. Already going to sniff out Paul Blimps here. What is the status of this mechanic, though? We'll just have to see in a bit. Can he make it out of the exit gate? There you go. The Perfumer has been spotted, but realizing Blue Race Car, you know what? Something isn't right. Where's your other companion? Is he making his way towards the gate? Blue Race Car not wanting to grant him any of that luxury whatsoever.
We have to say it was an amazing job on both sides right here, but Alpha and Omega now having the upper hand, even rescuing the coordinator from the rocket chair. Mechanic is now out of the game, just securing this 1 point right there that they needed to proceed into the finals, which means Alpha and Omega is the winning team between this match right here. I think we just saw
Ooh.
the X-Boy surrendering.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That was it.
Oh, no, jumping through the dungeon, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't really matter. Great job on both sides right here. But we have to say A&O with this Cypher Rush. You already mentioned it during the match. X-Boy, Blue Race Car did not find the mechanic, which gave them the chance to really bring down these Cypher machines quickly. And that put a lot of pressure on Blue Race Car right there. Still did an amazing job bringing down the Enchantress early game and also dealing with the coordinator right there. The flare gun shot that basically was blocked off right there. But still, A&O just showing we were at Call of the Abyss 2 tournaments for a reason. Congratulations to A&O, and also congratulations to Astra. They made it this far. Absolutely amazing to take part in this tournament right here and to make it this far. But sad as it is, one team had to lose.
And of course, let's go ahead and look at the final tally of points for a total of 5 plus 3 plus 5 plus 1. The math comes in. 10, 13, 14, 17 points. Going to be going over to Alpha and Omega. Whilst a total of 1 plus 5, 6, 9, 10 points going over to Astra. Like you said, both teams did a phenomenal job. I think towards the end of this, for Astra, this might end their journey. They might fallen short of the finals, but I think they should be very proud of themselves. Not only did they prove themselves worthy of being one of the top contenders on the North American and European server, but I think through what they've shown, they've definitely gained much more followers and supporters through their run here in the summer tournament. Even me personally, I am actually looking forward to seeing and watching more Blue Race Car content, as well as John Zhao. Probably not to the level of Sayora Fangirl, by the way, guys, but definitely I'm a fan.
Yes, absolutely. And again, both teams did an amazing job. It was a 3-survivor escape, giving Alpha and Omega, you said it, 3 more points. But we also have to keep in mind that Blue Race Car, he did not risk it. Like, he could definitely get 2 to 3 survivors down. Like, he was able to get at least 3 survivors down, but he knew no one should get out of there, because as soon as one person gets out of there, so he was really rotating. He had 1 survivor on the rocket chair, and the survivors were able to rescue because the Prospector was put in the spot, not the Prospector, sorry, the X-Boy Blue Race Car was put in the spot that he had to go for the other survivors. If he was just, protecting this rocket chair without going for the other survivors, they would still get out of there, and that's what he knew, and he really tried to get all of them down. But again, Alpha and Omega, one team that we saw is really coordinated and really knows the position of all their players. They really know what to do. They know how to communicate between each other, and they made it out of there. They definitely deserve to go to the next round. Astra definitely deserves it as well, but again, sadly, there needs to be one loser in this match, and this time it was Astra.
Yes, still, like I said, big fan of Astra. We'll be taking a quick break. We have our 2 finalists, XD and Alpha and Omega, who will ultimately become our Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament champion. We'll find out in a bit. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Grizzly. Stay tuned for that epic conclusion.
Epic conclusion.
And it has come right down to this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals of the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. And it is going to be a showdown between XD and Alpha and Omega. Question is, which of these two teams will ultimately triumph and get the glory of becoming our crown champion? We'll find out as this
goes on.
Yes, indeed. We are going to be your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and with me is Grizzly. And Grizzly, I got to say, I just want to get into the games already.
Yeah, right. Just jump into, just skip everything else. No, we obviously have to talk about the teams and what they pick.
Of course.
And I'm really curious to see these matches just as you are. It's going to be, this is the finals. We are right now in the final round. This decides who will be the very best during this summer NAEU tournament right here. And again, we have on one side A and O. This team already has proven themselves so many times. They were on the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament in Shanghai. Now they are here competing against XD for the top number one, for the we are the best spot, you know? Just flexing their skill right there, just yet again. Really amazing. I also want to say hi to Persuable, because Persuable is in the chat right now. Nice to see you there, hanging around with the community. Really, really cool. We can see Sprinter using the spider. Obvious pick, at least for me, it's an obvious pick. I mean, we also saw Dreamwitch earlier. We also saw other hunters earlier in the first rounds.
Yes, indeed.
But Spider, one of the best hunters right here. Really, really nice pick from Sprinter. Again, living up to his name with the fast Spider. And on Alpha and Omega side, we see the casual team. Schmidty, Seer, Milek. We have the mechanic right here. And you using Mercenary, and Paul Blems, the perfumer. And again, these two teams, they have proven themselves many times during this tournament. And I am just absolutely pumped, excited,
Okay.
curious, you know?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of emotions running. And I actually got some interesting information from Persuable with regards to Judy, but I'll bring up this information once we actually see him in play, since Sprinter will be playing on the Hunter side for XD right now. So XD is on the Hunter side. So this information I will definitely bring up once we see Call Me Judy come into play. I'm really excited to talk about that a bit more. And by the way, with the information I'm getting from Persuable on the Alpha and Omega front, if ever you guys, especially for those that are close to XD, want to share any information on the preparation leading up to the finals, I think that would be great for you to send over to like DM me or maybe DM Grizzly, so that we could share more insight on how it's been, how the road to has been for these two teams to get to where they're at right now.
Are you texting with him in private messages right now?
Yeah, we've been...
Dude, I thought Persuable and I were homies.
Oh! What? Yeah.
Okay, I see how it is. I see you, Persuable. I see you.
Oh,
What?
snap. Guys, for the record, I will not be responsible for any... What's the word I'm looking for?
Oh, no worries. He texted me as well. I just didn't check it.
Oh.
All right. There we go. He loves the both of us.
Yeah.
Just for a millisecond, I was like, what is going on right here?
I'm the third wheel in all of this. It's you two, and I'm the third wheel. No, I'm fine with being a third wheel. I'm enjoying my
We
single
are
life.
a three-wheel wagon.
Okay,
Yeah.
that works too.
That's all right. Yeah, we are just missing one. That's all there is.
Absolutely. Shout out to Fatal 5-Way.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Oh, man.
Right, exactly. And yeah, you know what? Before we are jumping into this match,
Yep.
I'm gonna be shameless. I'm gonna plug our
Please,
stuff.
feel free.
We have Twitter, we have Instagram, the both of you.
Yep.
Just search up. We have some amazing behind-the-scenes stuff going on Instagram and Twitter. And I am a YouTuber. Check out Gaming Grizzly on YouTube and Arcticuno on Twitch.
Yes. Arcticuno on Twitch, on Twitter, Instagram, except for Facebook, where I'm Arcticuno GG, because Arcticuno was
Dude,
taken.
my names are everywhere completely different because I couldn't. Gaming Grizzly is everywhere picked. Like, dude, I don't even start with this.
Just search Arcticuno and Gaming Grizzly, and you guys should be fine. Shouldn't lead you to anywhere you're not supposed to be.
Shameless plug time. Okay, that's over now. We are talking about the teams again. Sprinter, Spider. I cannot wait to see Sprinter in action right here.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, because earlier we were highlighting their other Flex Hunter as well, who played a phenomenal Dream Witch. So I love how XD has that flexibility. Okay, depending on which hunter we want to bring to the table, we'll either field this hunter or this hunter. And I think, you know, that's really good, especially when you're entering these competitive scenarios. If you want to have more tricks up your sleeve, then that's what I feel could play to XD's strengths and advantage, as I said earlier. For Alpha and Omega, not really much to say. We've been constantly seeing these prime survivors.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the first round, it's always the same. Every player can pick their favorite survivor, favorite hunter, which they prefer. I mean, usually we see the same hunters and survivors over and over again. Sometimes there's some mix up in this whole theme right there. But seeing Schmidty going with the Seer again, really excited to see that. I love to see him kite around. But on the other side, Sprinter as Spider can end every kite really, really quickly. Milek right there, we saw him doing an amazing Cypher Rush, the entire team doing amazing Cypher Rush with the doll right there as well, and rescues from you with the mechanic as well as from Problems with the Perfumer. The entire, not gonna lie, everything that we're gonna see now, you can only compliment every little detail because they are all communicating. They have prepared themselves for over a month now to be here at this point, to be as far as they have come right now. It's not just a coincidence. No, they are top teams for a reason.
I'm actually subscribing to a lot of people on YouTube based on all the players that I've been trying to see whether or not they put out content. So.
Yeah, sure. And again, you can only compliment both teams, and this can go either way. XD with Sprinter right here can win the first match in round number 1. Alpha and Omega with this amazing survivor team can win this as well. They can tie, they can, get eliminated completely, they can get out of there completely. Everything is open right now, and I'm really excited to jump into the first match right here. Really gonna looking forward to see who will put the pressure on the other team for the first round right here.
And of course, for everybody watching in chat right now, be sure to show only love and support.
Only. Everything else is prohibited.
Everything else is prohibited. Yeah, I mean, we're a great community, and I would love to see everyone continue that positivity and support our
spam hearts
players. Spam hearts. Not too much. We don't want it to be full of hearts, but just one heart would be. I mean, one heart in one line would be enough, guys. Yeah, don't want to flood the chat either.
That's right. And all in all, really excited to see this match. And you already said this community is just amazing. I have played a bunch of different games, and Identity 5, being in the Identity 5 community, it's definitely one of my most pleasant experiences in these communities that I've ever had. Everyone is so welcoming. Obviously, there are always some people, some toxic people everywhere. But all in all, Identity 5 community, I want to give a huge shout out to the Identity 5 community for such an, welcoming. You feel at
very
home.
much.
You feel at home right there. I really enjoy to be part of this community, and as you already mentioned, only love should be shared in the chat. And I mean, we don't even have to say that. Like, what?
Oh, you know the mini heart?
The mini heart?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to teach you something today. So, I'm not even sure if I'm doing it correctly myself, but yeah, you want to do like.
What are we doing right now? Come on, go ahead. Let's do this.
Okay. Mini, like you have to like cross. So like you.
It's the thing. This is a. Okay, get out of here. No, I'm good. Okay. All right. So again, thank you for being so supportive, not only to the teams but also to us right here. Again, community is just doing an amazing job overall. And as you already said, I would really love to see only positivity, because again, these teams are doing their best right here, and they are doing outstandingly well, fantastic work, and showing off their skills. And sometimes little mistakes happen. That's nothing to say. Like, if someone is making a mistake, doesn't mean that they are a bad player.
Oh yeah, definitely. Everybody makes mistakes.
Like these players right there, everybody makes mistakes. You said it. but these players, they usually don't.
Yeah, well, these especially. But you know what, guys? I know you've been waiting for this epic conclusion, and we are gonna get it. It is XD versus Alpha and Omega. Only one can become a champion. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be XD or is it gonna be Alpha and Omega? Be sure to spam who you want to see win. Hashtag XD win or hashtag AO win. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. Sprints are already on the hunt for the survivors. Can see going into the direction of the Mechanic's doll. At this point right here, Mechanic is still hiding, but all right. Now using the doll to most likely kite around a little bit, waste more time off Sprinter right here. And now Sprinter already found the Mechanic. Good job. First hit on the Mechanic. Really crucial to find one of the decoding survivors, especially the Mechanic that can decode so fast with two survivors, basically Doll and Mechanic. Really, really good call. And Sprinter also knows, nice owl just to come in for the rescue for another hit. And Sprinter also knows where the Doll is. And therefore, Milek tries to get as far away as possible from, first of all, the doll, so he can still use it. And second of all the other survivors, to give them more time to decode. Now they are in a really strong kiting area.
Ooh, beautiful. Takedown onto my leg right there. And as we say, Mechanic, definitely one of those more optimal targets you want to get because it kind of helps minimize the capability of Alpha and Omega to speed up the ciphers. Of course, puppets will be still going around, but Sprinter could cover a lot of ground on this spider, so things should be A-okay as we go along.
Absolutely. I just choked on this hit because it was really good again. Sprinter going in with this fast strike right there, speeding up with the webs and doing the same thing right now. Placing all these webs overall on the map just to, you know, get this little speed boost that he needs to get ahead on the survivors. Nice rescue from the mercenary, taking the hit right there before he could dash away. Now concentrating on the Mechanic, really trying to bring down the first survivor, sending back the first survivor right here. And bringing down the mercenary is just a really, really good thing for Sprinter right here, because mercenary needs a long time to get up.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, keep on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, look at it. Sprinter going to be cornering around. My leg trying to work around these structures here. Will just find himself trapped and will be going down. Still buying quite a bit of time, though.
Absolutely.
These small, minute details on where these survivors decide to fall. Like, even those small milliseconds count in this case for Alpha and Omega.
Exactly. What you just said. Just going down in this location is basically one of the farthest spots away from the rocket chairs, and just giving a little bit more. Again, we said it, a millisecond can change everything. Just giving more time to the team right there to decode. Already down to 2 Cypher machines. While we are talking right here, I totally missed it. Again, A&O, something that I really, really think is impressive on the A&O team is that they can Cypher rush these Cypher machines so quickly, and that's just what we are seeing right here. Now 2 survivors going in for the rescue. We still have 2 survivors, the Seer and the Doll, decoding. So great job right here. Look at this, oh, very nice. Now they try to do everything to block the Spider from picking up the Mechanic, but Mechanic was able to, Spider was able to pick up Mechanic, sending her back to the manor, bringing down the Mercenary as well. But there we go, look at this Cypher machine already primed. They are so fast with their decoding. Seer's just waiting there. He knows if he takes a hit, he can just pop the Cypher and get away from there. But Spider also knows the very same, that Sprinter should not just swing right there.
Indeed.
Rather throwing the webs to bring down the survivors and then still be able to swing at them.
Oh, this is going to be very crucial here for Sprinter. Needs to read in on Alpha and
There
Omega,
we
time
go.
this correctly, and they are on the run.
Cypher machine popped again. I have to say that was a really, really crazy Cypher rush. Now Sprinter needs to decide where to go. 2 exit gates. He needs to bring down as many survivors. He will definitely try to bring down 2 survivors, maybe even all of them. But it's going to be a tough time, so we're going to see what's happening now.
Yes, but here you go. Sprinter closing in, gets that whack on the head. On to you. Let's go ahead and check out the rest, though. Looks like they are very much within feasibility to get out of those gates. Well, Sprinter is occupied, but can still make
there
it.
we have teleportation most likely being
Sure.
utilized right now, going to the exit gate. Not really using it, rather waiting for it and showing that he still has teleport.
Oh,
But
snap.
maybe he should have used it because seems like there are 2 survivors getting out of there. Really good job. Really, really good job right there from Sprinter as well as from the entire A&O team. We have to say those teams, they are head-to-head, and that's exactly what we are seeing right here. We see head-to-head gameplay. A tie basically represents a team being head-to-head right here.
Definitely. And, not a bad way to start off their day here, both XD as well as ANO. As far as the finals, at least, both teams already have gotten their warm-up through their respective semifinals games, but that also leads the question as to how things will kind of play out once we see Call Me Duty. Again, we've been championing Call Me Duty as one of the best hunters we've seen in this tournament, but then again, so goes his counterpart onto XD, both very respectable hunters here, so it can still go either way, but just basing off the statistics, there's definitely going to be a lot more expectation coming in from the hunter of ANO.
Exactly, exactly. And all in all, like, bringing down 2 survivors of the A&O team right there is already a good job. It's already an accomplishment right here. And this also means that A&O is now a little bit under pressure to bring at least 2 survivors down, to send at least 2 survivors back to the manor, as it's gonna be, I mean, if they are bringing back 2, it's gonna be a tie, which means, I mean, tie is not too bad.
Definitely.
But they definitely do not want to let 3 survivors get away right there. Because then the first round goes to XD. But we also have to wait to see how XD as survivor side this time is going to communicate, coordinate their team, and if they are able to actually manage to get out 3 or even more survivors out of the first match. And if someone can do it, it's definitely XD. We have Mumu right here. We already saw Mumu kiting around with this mechanic and also Cypher rushing as well. We have QC with the Seer, really crucial to, you know, give more time to the kiter right there. Really, really can do a lot. This Owl, just giving the kiter 1 more hit right there, can really throw off a hunter. Then we have Johnny with the mercenary and GY with the coordinator, 2 rescuers, really balanced team right here. Really curious to see how they perform against, there we go, CM, Call Me Duty.
Exactly.
Spider. Sorry. We already saw Call
Right.
Me Duty with the Spider. There's nothing else to add at this point. I mean, for everybody who is new to the stream right here, Call Me Duty Spider is one of the most dangerous Spider that I have seen in this entire... No, is the most dangerous Spider that I have seen in this tournament. And I am really curious to see what he can bring to the table right here.
Right. And, okay, so for our audience right here, players you want to look out for. Of course, we've already been champion CM Duty time and time again. Another player I'd like to highlight from XD, of course, Mumu has been one of the best survivors, in my opinion, that we've been seeing in this tournament. Fantastic kiting ability, even on, regardless of what Mumu actually uses. And of course, since we are going to be seeing CM Duty on the field right now, I'd like to bring up a little bit of the fun fact that Persuadable brought here. So Persuadable has actually been playing with ANO and recruited Judy to join Alpha and Omega because...
Yeah, absolutely. He is a new face to this team. We saw A&O at the finals in the Call of the Abyss tournament, and Call Me Duty wasn't there at this time, but now, continue talking.
Yeah, so basically with what insight Persuadable brought in, he usually goes 1v1 with Judy just so that they could get the practice in and strategize accordingly, which is why I think we've been seeing such strategy, such precision, such dexterity coming in from Judy. And in addition, so what we find interesting here, there's clearly so much talent in Judy. And initially, he actually didn't want to compete, but you know, after months and months of working with Persuadable, and he just finally decided to
Persuadable finally forced him.
Yeah.
Forced Duty to be.
And if you think about it, having both CM Judy as well as Roxanne, that is scary as hell. Having some of the best hunters in NA and EU server. So just all in all, I think ANO did a fantastic job. Again, I would love to be able to talk about XD a bit more. So if you guys have any insights that you want to share on XD, especially in preparation for this tournament, please do feel free to let us know while the broadcast is still going on. You can reach out to us. But enough of those fun facts. We are heading into the game once again. It is going to be AO on the hunter side and XD on the survivors. Let's get this on, Grizzly.
Let's get this going. We can see Call Me Duty already searching for the survivors. I think maybe already spotted the Seer over there. At least going straight into the direction of the Seer. Seer can be one hell of a time for Call Me Duty, since kiting with the Seer is something that is really crucial, and I think all these survivors can do that pretty well. Look at this mind. Look at these mind games. Mind games. Teo! Again, the speed of Call Me Duty right there. Terror shocking. It's these milliseconds that really matter right there. First survivor down within the first few seconds. So crucial, and it actually is the Seer right there. Good job, Call Me Duty. Again, he is... His nickname, No Chill Duty. It's never stopping. It's never stopping. No Chill Duty. He just brings down the first survivor. Good job. Call Me Duty. Very nice. Very nice. And what we can see right now, he's putting pressure on the Mercenary who was decoding right here. He really wants to put pressure on the Cypher machines as well, because we still have the mechanic up, which could mean that they still can Cypher rush while one survivor is on the rocket chair. So therefore, Call Me Duty also tries to protect the Cypher machines.
Just sticking around there, CM Judy. Love his positioning, in which case just constantly speeding through, patrolling the area, trying to spot out any member of XD that would want in on trying to get this here. But it does seem like XD, they are making sure that they aren't too deterred. They will be committing the coordinator, in which Trace try to go for the save, whilst the mechanic and mercenary Cyphers, but
my god, sending the coordinator in. Coordinator was taking a hit, obviously, to go further to the rocket chair right there. But then we saw Call Me Duty going behind the wall, following the coordinator a little bit behind the wall, just to blink through, striking down the coordinator without her being able to use her flare gun right there for the rescue, which means Seer is now already out of the game without even using his owl, without even being able to use his owl. Good job, Call Me Duty!
Oh man, I am just slowly becoming much more of a fan of CM Judy. Look at how fast his reflexes are as he watched him as his hunter. But here we go. Great job coming in from Johnny. Already going to speed his way through. Doesn't want to give up any more survivors. Going to get that save onto the coordinator. Gets her off that rocket chair. And there we go. The flare gun. Going to be holding off CM Judy. Great job coming in from XD.
Yes, very amazing job right there. We saw the mercenary forcing or not forcing, but making Call Me Duty hit the rocket chair, but there's no chill on Call Me Duty. He just hit the coordinator with this web shot right there. Good job. Even after the coordinator was able to get a pretty safe rescue out of the situation, Call Me Duty is not letting his prey just getting away of there. Like,
no, not at all.
And we are actually close to the basement, but he decides to bring the survivor right here outside of the Red Church. Really good job. Again, we are still at 3 Cypher machines. Even if we have the mechanic up and the mercenary, 3 Cypher machines still to go. Still a lot of pressure on the survivor side. And oh my god, another hit right there. Call Me Duty is just... it's just impressive. Incredible what we can see right here.
One thing I would like everyone to take note, though, is the very elusive Mumu has yet to be spotted by CM Judy. So this could be something that XD would want to capitalize on, especially with the puppet still into play. But Johnny has fallen, distances himself as far as possible. But it does seem like CM Judy, knowing that Mercenary has fallen, just want to go straight for hunting down Mumu.
Exactly. What we can see right there is that the Mercenary is actually really close to the basement. So now going for Mumu means that Call Me Duty, like they are on separate sides of the map, right? So as soon as Mumu goes down, we still have the mechanic over there, maybe getting up, maybe getting enough time to... I am a little bit confused what is going on right here. Mumu is baiting the hunter right here and wanting to go down at this point, still having the doll up. Surrendering. Okay, all right. Really good gameplay, not stretching out the game any further. Call Me Duty did an amazing job bringing down these survivors so quickly. No mercy, no chill, not at all. Really good job. Congratulations to Call Me Duty for getting the 5 survivor elimination. What I totally forgot about this whole situation is that we are talking about points per round. Yes. And we just witnessed 2 survivors were already down, which means they had to get out of there with 2 more survivors. And since Call Me Duty already showed no mercy, they were at 3 Cypher machines, the dungeon would not open. The dungeon would not open with 2 survivors on the map. And they still had 3 Cypher machines to go. And that is, even for the best mechanic, a tough call, especially against Call Me Duty Spider. So good job. Really, really amazing match from both sides right here. But Call Me Duty, no mercy, getting the victory, getting the first point for the first round for Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, this makes it all the more interesting as this final progresses. So be sure to stick around, guys. We're not going to be going off long. We're just going to take a very quick break. Promise. So, we are Casters. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly. And this is the finals for the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We'll catch you guys in a bit for all the more intense action coming from both Alpha and Omega and XT. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned!
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals of the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We are going to be your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and joining me is Gaming Grizzly.
So, what do you say about Call Me Judy's performance right here?
Okay, to be fair, I was joking around with Persuadable before we entered that, which is why I kept on saying Judy. But yeah, Duty. I think it's my my Asian tongue that's starting to slip.
You said it the entire... Like,
I know, right?
you always said Duty, and all of a sudden I was like, who is Judy? wait a minute. And then I was checking the chat, and I was like, okay, I'm not the only one that is real... wait, who is Judy?
I should go with a different pronunciation. It's like Dute.
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 Call me
Dute.
No Chill Dute. No Chill Judy.
What's that?
No Chill Judy. No Chill.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I thought you said noche
Not
for some reason.
No.
Okay, now I'm starting to get everything messed up in my mind right
I mean,
now.
usually I am the one that is really mispronounced. I am slaughtering names. I'm not gonna lie. I'm slaughtering names. But just the fact that you said Duty all the time and all of a sudden you come up with Judy.
I don't know, man. It's like the jokes in between games. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But after all, we have 1 point for the first round on A and O's side right here, putting XD on the spot right there to, pull something off to get the victory in the second round. Because if they are getting a tie, there's still the third round in which they could prove themselves to be worthy as well. But seeing Sprinter right there. No, what am I talking? Who was the hunter right now? Call Me Judy, right? Dude, seeing Call Me Duty right there, bringing down these survivors this quick again.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, I fear this guy. People in the chat are like, there should be an option to ban Duty because he's just so powerful.
Right.
And I'm really curious to see what is going on right here. Again, if A and O makes it through this round number 2 as winner, they have won the summer tournament right here.
Right.
And that's something that will we see within the next few minutes right here. Really excited. Here we can see the scoreboard again. First round, the points are definitely going to A and O this time. Really curious to see how round number 2 turns out.
I guess we'll just have to find out in a bit, Grizzly. Of course, it will be XD going in on the Hunter side once again with Alpha and Omega.
Why are they always showing me when I'm looking at my phone and I'm just trying to read the chat and super unprofessional? Like, yeah, let me just read the chat.
No. To be fair, it just really goes to show how much we're interactive with the community.
Yeah, I try to read while we are off screen. I always try to talk about what is going on as well as reading the chat just to see what you guys think about the whole situation, about how Judy performed, and
Yeah.
you're not getting rid of this joke.
No.
Judy is
No, I'm gonna start getting rid of the joke already.
Yeah, sure. And yeah, so I'm just trying to see what the community thinks as well. And everybody is stoked. Everybody is excited to see these two teams competing against each other for the final match right here, for the top number 1 spot during this tournament. And we can see Spider obviously banned. Usual pick right there. Usually
Yes, indeed.
we can see the Spider being banned, and therefore Sprints are going with the Ripper. And on the other side, Alpha and Omega got the Seer banned. Usual pick as well. Schmidty changing from Seer to Enchantress. Everything else is just as usual. My leg with the Mechanic, you with the Mercenary, Problems with the Perfumer. Here on the Arms Factory map. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
No problem whatsoever, in which case for Schmitty, because he could really dig deep into that survivor pool. Of course, Sprinter has been pretty much phenomenal on these hunters thus far. Not really surprised that he will be going for the Ripper, in which case going to be sticking to what would be much more effective, especially in this current meta. So we're pretty much seeing solid international mindset right here coming in from the hunter of XD.
Yeah, absolutely. And same thing from Alpha and Omega. Again, really, really excited to see what they can pull off right here. If Alpha and Omega brings in the victory for the first match, Sprinter and this entire team XD needs to get the same for the second match. Again, XD needs to at least bring in the tie for this entire round to proceed to round 3 right here.
Indeed.
As if Omega, Alpha and Omega, winning this round, that's over. That decides the winner of this tournament. And I am just, come on, just start the game. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see Schmidty run around, kite around. I want to see Sprinter bring down these survivors. I want to see my leg just, you know, bring down the Cypher machines, and you and Paul Blem rescuing right here. That's what I want to see, and that's what we are going to see. Jumping into the match right here, Sprinter going for the search for his first survivor.
Indeed, and into the game we go. Alpha and Omega already working through, reaching a Cypher, but then again, 2 survivors will be spotted within the immediate vicinity of Sprinter. Of course, he will try to lean towards Schmidty, in which case, taking advantage of Enchantress right here, tries to go for the swipe. Not going to get the connect just yet, but Schmidty doing just fine. One hit will get the connect onto the Enchantress. He's trying to establish some distance. Will try to work around these structures. There goes down the pallet, but of course, Sprinter will continue the pursuit. Not going to dilly-dally. Will just bring down that pallet just so that Schmidty doesn't have as much structure to work with. Down that one goes as well. Of course, Schmidty will have less to work with to vault over, in which case.
Exactly, and we are seeing these. Oh, very nice, dodging the blade right there, and we can see these pellets going down really early, just in case the Ripper will throw the Foggy Blade over them. Makes a lot of sense right here, and as you already said, Enchantress is the first pick for the Hunter because Enchantress cannot really bring in that much at the very beginning of the game, but just seeing that the Ripper, that Sprinter had the Perfumer and the Enchantress running around at the very beginning of the game, not decoding, really good call. Then we can also see not going, look at this, there's the doll, but he's not going for the doll. He rather protects the first elimination right here, the first survivor elimination, and he really wants the Enchantress gun. He really wants Schmidty gun because he knows Schmidty is one of the best fighters right here. Good rescue, rescuing the Enchantress after taking 2 hits. Now trying to block. They really want, nice job right there from you, taking another hit, really protecting the Enchantress. Look at this, he's just standing there. He wants to block the way as good as possible. He wants to block the way for the Enchantress, giving her more time to get away.
In which case, Sprinter is definitely not going to get deterred here. Schmidty trying to work around this building, waiting for Sprinter to show up outside, and that he does. And there you go, Schmidty going to vault over once again, really utilizing the building here, I gotta say, buying a lot of time. Still, there is yet a Cypher to go down. Yu has fallen, of course, so it's only a matter of time before Sprinter tries to close the gap here onto Schmidty, just so that he has 2 survivors down for the count.
Did he just hit
Wait
that?
a minute!
Did he just hit that? Oh my god, for a second I was thinking, why is he going into this dead end? But obviously after seeing the vault of the Enchantress, he was using his Fog Blade through the wall, hitting the Enchantress, hitting Schmidty right there. This is top tournament gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. Sprinter really connecting this hit through the wall with the Fog Blade, bringing Enchantress, bringing Schmidty to the rocket chair for the second time. Amazing, really good call, and now just waiting for the second rescue and really wanting to you know, protect the Enchantress and bring the Enchantress down. Survivors already down to 3 Cypher machines, also a good job. We really have to say that because we know that we have Mechanic still on the field right there, most likely decoding with a excellent body block right there. Mechanic still decoding with the doll as well, and this brings them down to a few Cypher machines within a few seconds, I would say.
Oh man, there you go. Yu gonna try to sprint his way through. Still trying to go for that body block just to give Schmidty a little bit more of that extra protection.
Look at this entire team right there. Entire team trying to get Schmidty out of there. Because they know Schmidty is not allowed to get on the rocket chair again. So everyone is... Alright, wait! He hit that? No way, Sprinter! That was such a good hit again through the wall with the Foggy Blade. Oh my god! No way!
Sprinter is just at full throttle in this game. Of course, Alpha and Omega realizing that there's not much that they could do for Schmidty anymore, diverts back to trying to work on these Cyphers. Going to try to make up for lost time, especially with Yu currently on his knees right now. Their fallen comrade. Perfumer and Mechanic, though, still looking very healthy. Take note, my leg on this Mechanic, of course, will give them a little bit more leeway to make sure that these Cyphers try to go down faster.
Exactly, absolutely. And what we just see right there, 2 Cypher machines remaining as far as I can tell. We know Mechanic is still on the field following these Foggy Blades from Sprinter right there. Really nice hit, but Perfumer was taking the right call with the Perfume right here. getting healed up again, no damage now, running away, wasting more time off the Hunter. And there we go, nice call with the Perfume. Perfumer really needs to kite around for a little bit longer just to bring down all the, for the team to bring down all the Cypher machines. Good job, taking this hit right there and kiting around just a little bit longer. Look at this. We have the doll right there decoding the last Cypher, not the last Cypher machine, but the last Cypher machine before the last Cypher machine. So they have the pop ready.
Oh, wait a minute. Where is Sprinter bringing this Survivor all the way down under? This is going to be very tricky for Alpha and Omega, losing out on numbers one by one. But it's okay. Look at the Cypher progress. One Cypher remaining. Things are still pretty okay. Perfumer has a bit of a way to go before she skyrockets out of this game. So I'd still think that Alpha and Omega have a lot of room to work with. But it is without a doubt that Sprinter is doing a phenomenal job going into the second rotation.
Absolutely. And we can see an perfect call right here from the mechanic, from Milek, still using the doll to decode together with the mercenary to bring down the last Cypher machine, but as well as trying to, you know, take the hit to run down into the basement, using Tide to rescue Problems after for the safe rescue right here, because we can see mercenary already finished up what I just said by using his teleport. All right, good call. So they saw that, they saw that the Ripper was using the teleport, so they were just giving up on the Perfumer. Good call. Now they are most likely splitting up between the exit gates.
This is going to be very interesting. So unfortunately, there won't be any save onto the Perfumer either. What Alpha and Omega wants to try to accomplish is bring in another 2-2. But Sprinter, so far, things are looking very good for him. It does seem that he was already working on the other gate. Question is, can Milek make it out of this as well?
Most likely will try to get through the dungeon. We can see Mercenary is not waiting for Milek right here. Milek is trying to bring a little bit of distance. Good call right there, dodging the Foggy Blade, now going for the dungeon. But Ripper is not giving in right here. Sprinter knows exactly what the plan is right here, protecting the dungeon. So what we want to see right now is either Milek forcing or bringing the Ripper to hit the wall, or that's enough time to go through it, that's enough. That might be still enough time to jump through the dungeon. Very nice, good job. Good call from Milek, going around right there and taking the time that he needs to go through the dungeon. Good call from Milek, and very amazing job from Sprinter. So far bringing down to, why are you, what is wrong with you?
No, that was like very intense. Like it could have gone either way once that mechanic failed. Luckily, was able to make it into the dungeon in the nick of time. So with that said, that leaves us in another 2-2 scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Which means now next match needs to be a tie, at least a tie for XD right here. But what we just saw right there from Sprinter with the Ripper plays, bringing down these survivors, really concentrating on Schmitty at the very beginning and connecting these hits through the wall 2 times, bringing down the Enchantress, bringing down Schmitty 2 times in the factory with this precise Fogblade shot right there. Absolutely outstanding, and I'm really curious to see if they can keep up the same, you know, the same attitude for the next match on the Survivor side to get at least a tie, what they need right here. I really think they can do it.
Yeah. It is a huge possibility right here. Of course, we will be seeing Call Me Duty on the Hunter front with XD, Survivors, Mumu, QC, Johnny, as well as #G, #Y going into this game. But take note of the shakeup right here with the Seer out of play as the banned survivor. They will go for a different alternative in the form of the Prospector. Very interesting choice here for XD Survivor, in which case not gonna be opting for the Enchantress, but Prospector, a really good choice as well.
Absolutely, mixing up everything a little bit with the Prospector right here. Really excited to see that. But then we can see A&O bringing in Call Me Duty with the Ripper right here. Not having a fun time, most likely, to get out of there, but they will definitely do their best, and I'm curious to see what they can bring to the table. XD definitely needs to pull some strings right now. They definitely need to do that.
Oh man, it's gonna be very, very interesting. We're seeing a mirror of hunters within the selection of this second half. Same spiders, now we're seeing rippers. It really leaves the question, should we proceed into a third rotation of rounds? Are we gonna be seeing what other hunters will we see brought to the table? Maybe some Axe Boy again from Duty, or I don't know, man. It could really depend. But of course, we'll have to see how this second round within the second rotation pans out for Alpha and Omega and XD, because things are coming down to the wire, Grizzly. And for XD, there's definitely a lot more pressure that they're working against.
That's true, that's true. There's a lot of pressure, of course. But again, we see Mumu with the mechanic right here. She did an amazing job in all the matches before. QC with Norton, with the Prospector. Really, really excited to see what he can pull off this time. And Johnny with the Mercenary again. And GY with the Coordinator again. So on both sides, it's looking good. It's looking good. I can imagine that XD can win. I can imagine that Alpha and Omega can win. We just have to wait how this plays out. We know, call me Duty, no chill Duty will definitely give XD a hard time, but the other way around as well. Let's go, jumping into Arms Factor right here with the Ripper.
Oh man, here we go. Alpha and Omega on the Hunter front, courtesy of Call Me Duty, along with XD Survivors. Just going to bring it. I think what our audience needs to look out for is whether or not XD can prove to be much more elusive against just how quick Duty is on his feet within these games. Duty, of course, being very, very patient here, trying to look out for his first target, will actually manage to find a... Oh, no, actually, will maybe miss out on that puppet. Not bad.
Good hiding spot right there, and really lucky for the mechanic, really lucky for Mumu that the doll is still up. And what we can see right there is Call Me Duty still trying to sniff out someone. Really good call right there from XD to, you know, separate themselves and trying to hide, not getting a survivor down early game. But now we can see Call Me Duty is on something.
Yes, fantastic time bought here by XD. It did take a while for Duty to find a survivor, and looks like he will finally be rewarded with the presence of the Prospector. The more that I think about it, I think Prospector is such a great
job
pick.
right there. Good job with the Foggy Blade, connecting that one, even if he took a stun right there with the magnets, but we can also tell that the Prospector has 2 magnets ready. Now throwing the second one just to, you know, distance himself from the Hunter, stunning him on the walls right here. Now throwing down the pellet just to be safe, getting a little bit of distance and kiting around the Hunter as long as possible. We can see already one Cypher Machine. One Cypher Machine done, one Survivor down.
Yeah, but nonetheless, I am loving XD right now. They were able to buy a lot of time, not only in terms of how elusive they were within the first few seconds, but also with the time that this Prospector was able to buy as well. Now that he's strapped to the Rocketeer, this presents the question as to how XD will be working around this. Will they be prioritizing Cyphers, or will they try to get a save onto Prospector as soon as possible?
Yes, exactly, and we already saw the Prospector, even if he is down right now, he already brought this one Cypher Machine down halfway, which is really, really good for them. And we can now see we have, Coordinator using the flare gun right here for the exit, for the save. Really good job, now going in for the save. Tried to body block, but this Fog Blade right here connected perfectly with the Prospector. Now concentrating on the Prospector to get him on the rocket chair yet again.
Yeah, man, oh man, Duty definitely not batting an eyelid whatsoever. It does seem that Prospector going to try to max out the distance here that he can as he falls down. There you go, Duty going to pick him up and bring him straight back.
Exactly, Call Me Duty throwing this Foggy Blade just to get a little bit more of a speed boost, because as you just said, Prospector went down at a very good spot, super far away from the rocket chairs, just to give the team more time to decode. So therefore, nice call from Duty right there to use the Foggy Blade to get this little speed boost going.
Yeah, Puppet will be spotted, in which case Duty will commit time in order to make sure that, wait a minute, actually no, not wanting to get deterred here. Trying to figure out, is he going to get distracted? He's not going to fall for it though, as Johnny starts to close in to go for the save.
Exactly, good call right there, but we also, very, very nice Foggy Blade. He really hits these Foggy Blades, but Mercenary this time being able to take the hit for the Prospector. They really need to, you know, protect the Prospector. Okay, alright, that's really, really interesting to see right here. And he takes the hit even after getting a magnet on the Ripper right here. Good job, Ripper. Prospector's down. And, oh, nice, trying to, you know, block the way right there.
One thing I would like to highlight, though, is XD is buying so much time with Duty, trying to just lock down and narrow in on this Prospector. Finally, he will be rewarded, but at the cost of only one Cypher remaining for XD here. And look at this. It's already near completion. This is great for XD. There's a lot that they could work with in this case. They can get better footing going into round 3 should they play their cards right over the next few seconds.
All right, very nice, very nice. Popping up the Cypher machine, we have Mumu right here, now taking time from the Ripper, trying to kite around as long as possible, giving the team enough time to get out of there. Again, I want to repeat it. XD needs at least a tie in this match to actually proceed to round 3. And what we can see right now is 2 survivors are still up and running, and it seems pretty good that they are going to get out of here.
Ooh. There you go, Mercenary just being...
There we see it. Mercenary sadly cannot take a hit, cannot risk to rescue right here. And he should be able, oh yeah, alright, he can take the Foggy Blade, alright, yeah. I was just panicking a little bit for the Mercenary, but yeah, he can take the Foggy Blade. We have the Coordinator most likely getting out of the game as well. Getting the tie right here, proceeding into round 3 of the finals right here.
Very, very well played coming in from XD. You know, they were under such pressure going into that, but I think they managed to figure out how to work around Duty. Not to mention, I'm a big fan of that Prospector pick, because one thing that I love about Duty is the fact that he is very well calculated, the dexterity, how precise he is. So I feel like with what Prospector brings to the table in terms of distance, it throws off that calculation a bit. And I think that was just enough for XD to pull through in this second round.
Yeah, again, we said it already. If someone can stop Call Me Duty, it's XD right here. Really, really amazing job from the survivors, XD. Congratulations to proceed to round 3 right here. But it's not over yet. It's not over yet for both teams. It is not over yet. So we still have to see what is going on in round 3, and I think we're going to see some really good action in round 3. But we also have to say, Call Me Duty, again, amazing job right there. The Foggy Blades hitting, concentrating on the survivors, bringing down at least 2 survivors right here. Good job from both teams.
And with that said, guys, we are going to be heading into our 3rd set of rounds in a bit, but we're going to have to take a quick break just to allow our teams a bit of a breather, strategize, as this is going to be crunch time for both Alpha and Omega as well as XD. So don't go anywhere. We have been your casters. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly, and this is the finals for the Identity 5 NA and EU Summer Tournament. We'll catch you all in a bit. And this might be the last time we'll be welcoming you to the finals of the Identity 5 NA and EU Summer Tournament. Might be the last, we'll see, depending on how these points play out in the third set of rounds. But before we get into what could be the conclusion, we are going to be your casters, of course. Potentially the last intro as well. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly. I'm just feeling the intensity right now, man.
Yeah, right. It's just... This could go either way again, right? So we can see XD going out of this as winner. We can also see A&O going out of this as winner. If XD managed to pull off the victory of this round, we're going to be proceeding in the fourth round right here. But just in case A&O gets a tie with XD or the victory in this entire round right here, we will see A&O as winner. But still, everything is open. We can still see how XD is turning around the tables and, you know, getting the spotlight as well. I'm really curious to see what we can expect. Maybe some little surprises on the Hunter side for the last round right here. Or maybe we can see the casual picks for, you know, safety reasons.
Maybe, just maybe. But, man, Grizzly, it's such a tough call at this point, because with what XD was able to pull off in the second set of rounds, it just goes to show that they have the potential to build up momentum as this best of three goes along. And that's probably one of the best things that you could be riding on when you're going up against such tough competition. So I really, like, internally, I like to make predictions on how this will go down, but
it's difficult. It's just so
harder.
From all that we saw so far, like, we were surprised by many picks of Hunters. We saw Mad Eyes, we saw Photographer going strong as well. Feaster, we saw a lot of like X-Boy as well. So, I mean, Call Me Duty actually used X-Boy in most of the round threes that he was participating in. And maybe we can expect the X-Boy right there. I actually would call it right now, he is going for an X-Boy. But maybe he's surprising us as well. Not really sure. Maybe he's going for, you know, the Feaster. But I doubt it. Honestly, I doubt it.
I guess we'll have to find out in a bit, because as we transition into the third round, I've been bringing up how players would like to bring up ace cards at just the right moment. This is the very last moment that counts.
This is the very right moment right here. Exactly. This is the moment to shine. The moment for glory right here. So, yeah, again, we saw the Prospector utilized earlier in this in round 2 right here. Curious to see what we're going to see next. But, oh, look at this. Sprinzer is getting to play the Spider, because Ripper and Smiley Face got banned by the Survivors, by Alpha and Omega. And we can see the casual bans for Survivors. We can see Seer and Mechanic banned, which means Schmitty is going this time for Coordinator, and Milek is picking the Enchantress. And we can see you and Problems with the Rescuers with Mercenary and Perfumer.
I am baffled. Alpha and Omega letting the Spider through.
Yeah.
It's not just because they wouldn't risk leaving such a highly contested Hunter pick open for no reason. Looking at the map, maybe it has something to do with it. Maybe they have something up their sleeve as far as strategy that they were saving up until this last moment. With this composition, it would make sense with the time that they can buy in the midst of Sprinter just pursuing all these Survivors. I'm really looking forward to see how A&O plays this out, because for Sprinter, we already know what to expect with him on a Spider. But it really comes down to what A&O has planned out.
Exactly. All right. So actually, we are just getting a new information, since this is the final. Since we are playing for the top number 1 spot, we just got the information that this is not a top out of 3. This is actually a top out of 5. So we're gonna see more rounds. We're gonna see at least 2 more rounds right here. I am excited. I'm excited to see these players compete against each other even more. So again, this is not a it's not the best out of 3. It is the best out of 5 numbers. Math, I can't. Best out of 5 for the finals.
Yeah, so it does seem like it's a BO5. In which case we have more rounds to work with.
Exactly. And I just heard Sprinter's Clown is just way too OP, and that's the reason why they banned Sprinter, because he is a known Clown. Sorry, that sounds weird. He's a known Joker-Spieler.
There you go.
All right, there we go. We can see Sprinter already seeing the scratch marks on the floor and getting to follow Mylek the Enchantress. Or maybe not, actually going around trying to find, maybe lost the Enchantress right here. This is actually really good for Alpha and Omega, because we see Sprinter is going into the direction, circling around these Cypher machines, not finding a survivor early game, but now going for Schmidty right here. Now they are utilizing this little route right here, which is really, really good to kite around the spider, but still it's not lasting for a long time.
Yeah, it does seem like Schmidty needing to exhaust that gun right off the bat, but of course that is not going to be deterring Sprinter, especially on a spider. There's just so much speed that could come in later on, and there you go. Just going to go Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Sprinter running on the spider. Oh!
All right, they are landing the first hit on the coordinator, but again, we can already see that A&O had a lot of time early game right here. We see now the first Cypher machine for the Perfumer is about to pop.
Wow.
And then we can see coordinator goes down. Good job, Sprinter. Very nice. First survivor will be on the rocket chair. Meanwhile, the first Cypher machine is down as well.
Love how Sprinter was very quick on his feet. And, oh man, just instantly turning the corner, throwing off a hit onto coordinator. So that's a pretty darn good start right here. But again, like we mentioned, A&O, we have to see just what they have up their sleeve with Sprinter on the spider. I mean, weighing in, I guess it does make sense if you think about it, since as far as how they weighed out Spider and Ripper in first round and second round, they probably were able to...
Nice hit right here. Nice hit and nice rescue as well. We just also saw Sprinter having abnormal to slow down the decoding speed of the survivors right here, to bring down the decoding progress of the Cypher machines. Good call going around right here, most likely taking another hit for last effort for Schmidty. Good job, Sprinter. Good job concentrating on this one survivor, really focusing on this one survivor.
Yeah, not really allowing himself to get distracted by anything else. Just really is hell-bent on taking down Schmidty first off on the school coordinator, being the most optimal target. And it does seem like AO, they're going to try to focus on getting down Cyphers as quick as possible. As you can see, Mylek already going to be getting one down as well. So I think they're making fairly efficient use of their time, just trusting Schmidty to buy enough time. Here comes Problems, going to try to resolve that problem right there. That was a bad pun.
Yeah, exactly. And what we can see right now is one survivor going in for the rescue, for the one survivor that is on the rocket chair, taking the hit. Good. Nice body block right there, but we still have two survivors right now working on these two Cypher machines that are remaining. And we can see Schmidty trying just to buy as much time as possible, now getting away from the other survivors, giving them even more time to decode. He knows that right now all he has to do, all he can do, is to get away as far as possible from the rocket chair to give the Hunter a hard time to actually get to the next rocket chair and give more time to the team to decode. And what we can see right there, one Cypher machine remaining. Really curious to see how far Mylek is proceeding with this rocket, with the Cypher machine over there.
What I will say though is great job to Alpha and Omega's Schmidty. He bought so much time for the team. One Cypher remaining. Of course, this is just Ano realizing that there is going to have to be a necessary sacrifice going up against Sprinter, and I think Schmidty did his job very, very well. It really comes down to how many members of ANO can get out of the gate with Schmidty's necessary sacrifice.
Exactly, exactly. What we can see right here is Mylek. All right, very good, very good. Stopping the sprinting boost right there of Sprinter and really, really buying more time for the team right here, but just not enough to pop this last Cypher machine over there. But still, good job, Mylek right here, going on the rocket chair for the first time, which still is a resolvable problem for the survivors.
Yes, but here we go. Sprints are already starting to close in on to Problems right here.
Oh, look at this. That is what he was going for, really bring down these last Cypher machine progresses.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be a detriment here for Alpha and Omega, getting slowed down here by Sprinter in popping up that last decode. So, kind of on the edge of my seat right now. Alpha and Omega, they have to really play their cards right to the T. And Problems gonna be falling right there.
Very nice call from Sprinter right here. Good job bringing Problems to the rocket chair. And again, we can see Milek decoding over there. We already saw Milek decoding on the Cypher machine earlier, which means I'm really curious to see how far the progress on the Cypher machine is. You can see that the Mercenary is still up and running now, getting away from the Cypher machine, getting a little bit of distance between. All right, there we go. It's a little bit more than halfway done. Good job, good rescue, taking the time to circle around the Hunter just to rescue the Enchantress. Good, the Perfumer. Good job.
I love the awareness that Sprinter is exhibiting here, knowing very well that which path do I follow? Do I try to pursue these hunters that have just gotten the save, or do I try to make sure that they keep this one Cypher in check, which Milek was going to try to go for? So I think decision-making for Sprinter is spot on.
Good job. Very nice hit. And we can see Problems just starting to decode this other Cypher machine. But since Sprinter brought up normal, he really buys himself some time right here. Really buys enough time to prevent this last Cypher machine from being popped.
But take note of the progress being made right here by Problems. It does seem Sprinter will revert to making sure that Milek is kept in check right here, preventing any members of Alpha and Omega to try to go for that save. But it really comes down to what Alpha and Omega's priorities are right now.
And there we can see Mercenary can still, with this web shot right there, Mercenary was able to take an entire hit, but with the web shot, the Sprinter Spider just prevented this from happening, just prevented the rescue, and just just brought down the Enchantress entirely. There we go. Now Cypher machine has been popped. What we know is Problems will definitely try to get out of this game to at least get 1 point and to at least avoid XD from getting 5 points in this match.
This is very interesting. The odds are against Problems right now. The only survivor. I don't think he could really go for a save as he is preoccupied with trying to kite around with...
Oh! Using Blink right here, having Trump card to change from Abnormal to Blink to bring down the Perfumer. Problems in mid-air right here. Good job, Sprinter, good call. Amazing team from both sides, and that is it. 5 points to XD. Congratulations, that was an amazing job. And as you already said earlier, if someone can come back, if someone has the potential to go for a 5 survivor wipe of A&O, it's XD right here, Sprinter.
And this is what I've been saying. The buildup of momentum is on XD's side. Of course, Alpha and Omega might want to revisit that last round right there. But of course, knowing them, they have the experience. They're definitely going to be able to recuperate. This is a best of 5, so they have a lot of room to kind of iron that out. That's almost fell right there. Going into the fourth set of games. But of course, we're going to have to put that to the side. Entering our next match, of course, Call Me Duty will be back on the field once again on the Hunter front. So really looking forward to see if he could try to balance this 5-0 out.
Yeah, if someone can do it, then it's Judy. Definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm not letting it go.
And
there we go.
Straight into the game.
Yeah, obviously we have, or not obviously, but this time we have the top hunters banned right here. We have Spider and Ripper out of the game, which makes Call Me Duty use the Joker, smiley face. Usually we would see in the third round, we would see X-Boy, but maybe he's saving up the X-Boy for later rounds. And we can see the casual picks again for the survivor bands. It is Seer and Mechanic to, slow down the kiting, slow down the deciphering of the machines. And we have Mumu this time picking Enchantress, QC picking Prospector. We basically saw this match prior. No, not this match, but this team with at least Prospector, and Johnny and GY with the Rescuers, Mercenary and Coordinator.
Yeah, from what XD's bringing to the table, lots and lots of crowd control through the Enchantress, through the Prospector, through the Coordinator. I'm really liking how they're trying to figure out ways in order to try to hold down Alpha and Omega's Hunter, of course, with what Duty is bringing to the table. This is going to be an interesting shakeup right here. Probably going to be saving some of these other picks, bringing something fresh once again to this broadcast, and I'm honestly looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and just to say how things are always getting a little bit mixed up right here, because we didn't see anything too special, but Spider using Abnormal in this match before, that just really gave her enough time to hunt down all these survivors. So good job right there again to XD with the Spider Abnormal Blink combination right here. That was really, really good. Really good call for bringing out Abnormal. And we are jumping right into the second match of round 3 right here. We can see Smiley Face, Call Me Duty. I'm really excited to see how this will play out.
Let's see if ANO will leave this round with a smiley face, though, as there's definitely going to be a lot riding on this Hunter to try to balance out and try to go for a 5-0. I'm just going to keep on bringing those puns.
Yeah, you bring, like, usually Persuadable
Horrible
brings
puns.
these. Persuadable always brings dad jokes, but these puns that you're pulling off right now,
Grandpa jokes.
they're, I mean, on the same level at least.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I'll take it, I'll take it.
All right, we can see Call Me Duty trying to find the first survivor, and I have to say again, good job from XD, really buying themselves some time right here, hiding over there, just basically, it's not kiting, but still wasting a lot of time of Call Me Duty. He really tries to sniff out one survivor right there, but now changing the location because, yeah, definitely not finding the first survivor that was hiding right there. Now not going, or I think not really, yeah, not going for the mercenary. That would be not the right call. That's even obvious for me right here. Now going to find the next survivor right here.
Yeah, it does seem like Duty being very patient with how much terrain he's been traversing throughout.
Oh, very nice hit.
Finds his target right there. Patience is rewarded. He will find the prospector. Got to be careful with those magnets, though.
Oh, that might be it. That might be it. The magnet was not attached to the Joker and therefore still had enough time to swing his rocket on the prospector, bringing down the first survivor. Good job. But again, XD bought a lot of time early game while Call Me Duty was roaming around for the first survivor. Just still enough time to bring down some decoding stuff, decoding from the Cypher machines.
And no chill Duty trend continues in this game. No chill whatsoever. Earlier during the first round, had a bit of trouble, or not, rather not the first round, but the second set of games, had a bit of trouble trying to lock down this prospector, but it does seem that he has figured out how to work around it, loving the adjustment. Again, this is a top caliber Hunter plays that we're looking at coming in for both Sprinter as well as Call Me Duty. So really looking forward to see how this plays out. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, blocking the way right there, taking another hit. Really good job from Call Me Duty again. We can see this as, oh, very nice. Using the blink, concentrating on Prospector right here, teleporting with his dash through the obstacle. Good job again, Call Me Duty. No chill at all, just how we are used to see him. Just his action never stops right here with Call Me Duty. And again, as soon as he found the Prospector, you already said it, he really, really brought him down quickly. Now he's bringing down the Mercenary, he's bringing down the Prospector really, really quickly after the rescue. You have to admire this, how fast he can bring down survivors, how he's utilizing his skills as well as his swings. Incredible.
Just laser precision coming in from Duty right now. And let's go ahead and see what his next move will be. It does seem like he's going to focus on making sure that he turtles in on this Prospector, making sure that he is just skyrockets out of there back to the manor. And looks like just enough time he realizes, you know what, that should be enough. Let's beat on to the next target.
There we can see. All right, good job, getting a little bit more time to get away from there. And what we can see right now is that the Mercenary was found right next to the Coordinator. That was a really good call from Call Me Duty. What they were waiting for, basically, John was healing up himself while the Coordinator was trying to bring down the Cypher machine. But sadly, Johnny was found right here and is now sitting on the rocket chair. Now, really just going for these survivors. Call Me Duty is just going for them. Still 3 Cypher machines remain. We saw that the Coordinator was almost able to bring down this one Cypher machine right there, but still, Call Me Duty putting a lot of pressure on XD.
Yeah, this is really great. And if you notice, Cyphers have been going at a much more steadier pace here for XD, and bashes straight in. Man, this Smile Face is on fire.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. And I also want to mention that Alpha and Omega actually needs to get 5 points right here, which means a 4 survivor elimination to make this round 3, a tie. And that I mean, that is what he is going for. That is what Call Me Duty is going for.
Indeed.
Absolutely amazing job so far. We can see the Mercenary is getting healed up. And as far as I can tell, he already found out where they are hiding. Good job, even concentrating at this point, concentrating on the Mercenary, not letting himself getting distracted by the Enchantress. Good job. Having an overall look about everything, and that's just amazing right here. Good teamwork, nice, utilizing the blink again, but not hitting this time. Good teamwork on XD, but Call Me Duty is just killing it out here.
Yeah, don't need to speed in. You know what? Just going to bash him once again. And looks like it will be success for him. Strapping the Coordinator back to the rocket chair. Progress on these ciphers, of course, from what we're seeing. It does seem like Mercenary already near completion. Tries to go for Johnny. Will run into the pallet, but it's just fine. Already sniffs him out on his trail. Going to try to keep up the defense, juggle two things at the same time. Great job coming in from Duty.
Absolutely. Now he's a little bit worried about Mumu, still an Enchantress with 0 damage right here, going in for the rescue. But being patient, waiting for the rescue, waiting for her to touch the rocket chair, and she needs to do it quite soon. She needs to do it quite soon. Oh, that's gonna be... Alright, very nice. Good bait right here. Enchantress Mumu just baiting Joker to take a hit on the rocket chair, or to take a hit on her. Very nice, trying to rescue, but sadly 1 millisecond too late. One more Cypher Machine is about to pop, but we can already see two survivors out of the game. Enchantress is down at this point, and we can see Johnny is just taking the hit right there, not stretching out this game any further, I would say. And good job from both sides right here. Good job from both sides. Look at this. Even Call Me Duty respects that the game was a good game. They are just waiting it out right here. Very nice ending. Respect on both sides. Just, you know, not stretching it out any further. Just, all right, the game is over. We can't do anything at this point. And Call Me Duty is also respecting it by just, you know, waiting until the Mercenary goes down.
Indeed. And looks like we find ourselves in yet another tie scenario.
Right.
Grizzly. And even though we have 2 ties, we still have to review that. Going back to the very first set of rounds, it was A&O that had the upper hand.
Exactly.
So we are still in that small bit of a difference. Of course, that is a 5-point difference between these two teams. So it's still very, very close as we go on in this best of 5, guys. This is the finals. It will be a best of 5. But I don't know, man. We're heading into the 4th set of rounds.
Yes.
That does beg the question, what bans will we be seeing next? Because there's a lot more in comparison to the previous matches that we've had in the bracket. There's going to be a nice twist to see what the priorities will be this time around.
Absolutely, absolutely. I can imagine that the bans will be the same, but on the other side, because they bans Princess Joker right there. I think they will do the same. But maybe they are switching up this time. And just to say it again, the points right now, A&O first round got the point right there.
Right.
Then we had 2 ties, which means if A&O is able to get the next point right here in round 4, they will be the winner. Which also means that XD needs at least a tie to proceed to round 5, or even the victory to even out the points right there.
So there you have it, guys. Yet another intense round of games right here in the finals. Alpha and Omega as well as XD are definitely not disappointing in any way. We'll be taking a quick break. We're your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and with me is Gaming Grizzly, and this is the finals for the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. We'll catch you guys for our 4th set of rounds in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament, the finals. We are going to be your casters once again. Surprise, surprise. Arcticuno with you along with Gaming Grizzly. And I believe somebody in chat was mentioning I should let you hold this. So,
Wait, you are Arcticuno?
wait. No, I think I'm persuadable.
Right.
And
I
you're-
don't think you have introduced yourself.
Really?
Yeah, like that's the first time you just said your name, so I'm surprised,
Okay, yeah, now I'm persuaded. Okay, so, yep, Arcticuno and Gaming Grizzly once again. Chat did mention that we should let you hold Naib this time, so if you would do
Great.
the honors.
That's great. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Like I was having my hands free and I was like, I am doing a lot of stuff with my hands. Usually I don't even know what I'm doing. I would just put them down. Usually I just like sitting here and I'm like, oh yeah, and I go, okay, go, go, go. And I'm just doing stuff with my hands and now I have to hold him. Is he crying? No. All right. So never mind.
Okay.
Let's get into the match review real quick right here. We have XD versus AO. Both teams are doing an amazing job. We just saw round 3. They were tying up round 2. They were tying up. The only situation where AO was able to secure 1 point was in round 1, which means after 3 matches, we are right now at 1 point for A&O to 0 points for XD, which also means, since this is the best out of 5, we are now in round 4. If AO is able to pull off the victory after these 2 matches, they will get another point and they will be the winner of this tournament. If XD is able to pull off a tie, they will proceed into the next round. And if they are able to even get a point, everything is even and we have to see who will win.
Ooh, we will have to see indeed, Grizzly. As you can see, guys, things are looking pretty close between both sides still. Just a smaller disadvantage going into XD because of the deficiency that they encountered in the first set of rounds. But nonetheless, still better than having to climb Mount Everest, let's say, in terms of the points that they need to catch up.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think I figured out how I got my hands free. We are seeing Dream Witch and we are actually getting
Wow.
3 bans for round number 4. I actually didn't know that. That is new. That is surprising. We see that Princess Clown got banned again this time, but he is not able to play Spider because Spider, again, 3 bans this time. Spider got banned as well. Ripper got banned. Now we are seeing Dream Witch. All right, I'm up for this. I'm really curious to see Princess Dream Witch right here. Dream Witch is one of the best hunters as well, and we saw the Dream Witch being utilized in this tournament already, and it was always amazing to see the multitasking of these players right here. On Alpha and Omega side, we can see this time we have the casual bans of the Seer, the Mechanic, and this time the Mercenary as well. Yu is going in for the Acrobat instead of the Mercenary this time, and the rest we already saw. Schmitty is going for the Coordinator, Milek for the Enchantress, and Paulblems is still using the Perfumer. Really, really interesting. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, as we go along in this best of 5, more rounds pass by, the more bans come out. This is where both teams need to start showing flexibility in what they could bring to the table. Sprints, of course, with this Dream Witch. Again, Dream Witch has had a phenomenal run in majority of the games that she has been picked. So should the odds continue to go that way, Sprinter should have a fairly good time, but he is going up against Alpha and Omega, so it does really come down to how he executes as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, both teams, amazing teams. They deserve to be here in the finals, but they also know what is on stake right here. They know that they need to get this done. They need to get the victory. They want to be top 1 of this server. And today we are finding out who will actually have the upper hand between XD and Alpha and Omega.
I am really raring to get into this Grizzly. But of course, once again, we'd like to thank everybody in the community for tuning in to today's broadcast. This is the epic conclusion to the Identity 5 NA and EU Summer Tournament. One of these teams towards the end of this best of 5 will be crowned our champion. And of course, that's not a bad way to go, having that motivation, especially now that we're leering towards a potential qualifiers for the Call of the Abyss 3.
Yes, absolutely. And again, seeing Alpha and Omega trying to get this spot yet again, it's not surprising. We saw how they performed at Call of the Abyss 2 tournament. It is absolutely not surprising. But I would give it to XD as well. Like, I would definitely like to see Alpha and Omega win, but it's not like I would rather see them win. No, I would like to see both of them win. But again, sadly, that's not possible. Sadly, someone has to be eliminated. Someone has to get spot number 2. And we will find out who it will be. Again, we have to say if A&O will win this round right here, will have more points after the following 2 matches, they will make it to the number 1 spot for this tournament. If not, we're gonna have a 5th round as well.
Oh man, this match right here. I've been such a fan of this Dream Witch pick throughout most of the matches that we've seen. She has been utilized, and I'm really curious to see how Alpha and Omega would fare against the Dream Witch, especially when you're working against odds where a lot of these prime survivors that you'd like to use are pretty much off the table, like Seer, Mechanic, Mercenary, all substantial picks, which could have granted them better passage going up against the Dream Witch. So it really is crunch time. It really comes down to crunch time as well as creativity with how far you could dig deep.
Exactly, and I think I'm as excited that that XD is utilizing the Dream Witch as that Alpha and Omega is utilizing the Acrobat, because we know Alpha and Omega, one of the best teams right here. Just seeing how they use the Acrobat, in which, you know, forms they can utilize him, really gets me going right here. I really want to see what he is able to do, what Yu is able to do with the Acrobat. And I still have, I have to mention it at least once, I really love that the Acrobat is the only character that it's not even getting a real picture, not even a real portrait.
A full body.
Right?
You know, wanting to show off that body, that costume. You know what? I'm one of the newer kids in town. You guys just back off and have your headshots.
Right, exactly. I am special. All right, we can hear the music. So this means we are seeing some Dream Witch action right now.
Oh,
we are seeing it in 3 perspectives. Amazing. No, just kidding. There we go. We can see Schmitty going straight for the Cypher machine right here. We can also see you utilizing the Acrobat right now. And Sprinter already, I think, found the Enchantress right here.
Yes, and of course we're getting some Persona skin action coming in from you. I'm always going to highlight that every time it comes up. I'm a big Persona fan. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to see not only... I've been highlighting Dream Witch. I'd also like to touch on this Acrobat pick as well, because I think we've had... Every time Acrobat has been picked, has done pretty good. I want to see something stellar come off of A&O with this Acrobat pick this time around.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And there we can see Milek already took the first hit of the Leech, and now we can see Sprinter just concentrating on this Enchantress. And again, Dream Witch is one character that needs multitasking, and I think that's gonna be super painful for the Survivor side to have all these leeches around to get hunt down by more than one hunter basically. Look at this, just the control of this Dream Witch right here, using Blink, getting closer to Milek right now. Alright, taking the stun. Now Milek needs to distance himself from the Dream Witch leeches right here.
Yeah, it does seem like Sprinter is gonna try to make his way through, trying to seek out a target. It does seem like Milek will continue to be the option.
Look at these leeches. Little leeches running around everywhere. Again, multitasking. Oh, missing the blink, but still connecting after the miss. Very good job right here.
Fantastic right here. Looks like they will continue to seek out, in which case Milek, of course, will be brought to a rocket chair as the contingency for our Hunter. All members of Alpha and Omega, though, making good use of this time. Take note, 2 ciphers have already been popped. So I think that Ando making good use of the time indeed.
Absolutely. Good job right there from the entire Alpha and Omega team right here. But also have to say, good job from XD utilizing this Dream Witch, utilizing all these little servants. Again, there is a lot going on right there with all these servants. Nice rescue, but still concentrating on the Enchantress. She still can take it. She still can go down one more time until they really need to protect my leg right here. And that's exactly what they are doing. Now putting down another leech. As long as she has the chance to do so, as long as the Perfumer is in range, putting down another leech onto this map, puts even more pressure right here on the Survivor side. And we can see Sprinter still concentrating on the Enchantress right here.
Oh man, there you go. Bringing in the Enchantress once again to the rocket chair. Things are getting all the more intense. Of course, with what XD's Hunter is putting, you have to take note how much work Alpha and Omega is getting done in exchange because of the laser focus on trying to take down my leg. So I think we're going to have to see a little bit of a pick up the pace here for Spritzer in which case.
Exactly, and we just saw the Acrobat pop the Cypher machine, so now they are down to 1 Cypher machine. Schmidty going an interesting route for the rescue right here. Already really close now. We only have 1 servant right here. Nice job, just dodging this hit and shooting the servant, getting a little bit more distance between Milek and the Hunter. And we can see, look at this, look at the survivors running, and Sprinter just taking his time right here to put down another leech. Now we have 3 leeches on the entire map, and definitely is going to concentrate on Milek at this point.
Oh man, this is going to be tricky for Alpha and Omega. All 4 survivors are still up. They really need to be coordinated if they want to try to get as many out as possible. 1 Cypher is remaining. As you mentioned, it does seem like Problem's already on the case, so this is looking very good for ANO, but Sprinter is not getting deterred whatsoever. He is very hellbent and intent on taking down 1 survivor, 1 at a time.
Exactly, that's absolutely correct. And we can see right now the Dream Witch and the servants, they have detention, which means 1 strike could bring down an entire survivor. The thing is, they were clever enough to get rid of the 2 servants that Sprinter was putting on them. So now Sprinter has to summon the new servants basically to protect the gate right here. You can see that we have 2 leeches at this side of the map, which also means that the survivors, if they are able to transition over to the second exit gate, which is being opened by Paulbrams, by the Perfumer, it might be able... Yeah, to be honest, it seems like they are going for the exit over there, and I think they might be able to get out of there with 3 survivors, because now the Dream Witch needs to get over to the gate, which is already almost opened. Oh, all right, teleport. Okay, I didn't expect this. I did not expect the Dream Witch to select teleport. Trump card changing from Blink. Right, she had Blink earlier, right? Exactly. I totally forgot about Trump card right here. Good call from Sprinter, bringing down 3 survivors right now. All right, and Coordinator got up again right here. Still, absolutely amazing, just managing to get down 2... Wait a second. Perfumer got out of there. Yes, a 3 survivor.
Indeed.
I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit confused right here. Again, Dream Witch is always a little bit confusing to me. We have Enchantress going straight up to the manor, but we still have the Coordinator on the map. Opening up, alright, opening up the exit gate over the... Okay, alright. Sorry that I was a little bit confused over there, but that was just amazing from A&O. Again, coordination, communication on this team is just on point. And again, against a Dream Witch, an absolutely amazing Hunter that can put a lot of pressure with all these servants on the field. They did an amazing job getting out of there with 3 survivors, saving them, securing them 3 points. And XD also did an amazing job, but only got 1 survivor out of there, 1 point.
Yes, now it really comes up to Alpha and Omega's Hunter to bring it full circle for A&O, and we'll just have to see. Duty, he has quite a bit on his hands, but in a positive way, because it just means that with the 1-3 that the survivors of Ino were able to execute, it gives him better room to work with to try to secure this last round, to make it the last set of rounds that we'll be seeing in this finals.
Absolutely. And what he is going for is a 2 survivor elimination, which means a tie for this match, but still the victory for this round. If he gets a 2 survivor elimination, this means A&O will win this tournament right here. Better, obviously, they will win as well. But if he only gets 1 survivor out of there, XD and A&O will proceed into round 5.
Oh man, that is gonna be quite the tall order here for XD, in which case to pull off. There's certain odds that they really have to try to work against.
Yes, of course.
Oh man, and I could only imagine what pressure these players are going through right now.
I can't even imagine. Being in this situation right here, I can't imagine. But we have to say, XD may have lost the first round, but if we are looking at the second and third round, they were always able to tie the whole situation. Just to, we're going to get this. We are not giving up. Just because we lost the first round right here doesn't mean anything. Not at all. No, we're going to fight through this. Tying, always getting the tie in round number 2, in round number 3. And if someone can tie this or even get a victory, 4 survivors out of there, it's XD. And I'm excited to see this match right here.
I am also... Another thing that I'm looking forward to is, this is something that I brought up just a few moments ago before we headed into this first round for our 4th set. There still goes that question as to what survivors XD will be bringing today.
Yes.
Now that we have 3 bans. More so, I'm not as worried for Duty just because... he has a lot to work with.
Yeah. He always has a lot to work with, but he also shows that he can handle it. Always
truly.
shows that he can handle it, and I'm excited to see how he will handle this situation.
And I believe from what I hear, we will be taking a moment.
Okay, let's take a moment.
Yes.
Moment of silence.
A moment of silence and reflection. No, I think we will be taking a moment to have a break, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think I heard the same. I think we are going into a short break right there, and we are going to see you guys soon for the next match of round 4 right here.
So, we've been Casters. I'm Arctic Kuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly with Naib, and we will catch you again for the continuation of our finals in a bit between Alpha and Omega and XD. Catch y'all. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament Finals. We are going to be your casters. I'm Mark Takuno, and with me is Gaming Grizzly. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
That was the right oh yeah, that's gonna be because we are looking at these matches right here. It's absolutely oh yeah, because we are witnessing AO versus XD right here. Round 4. Where are you going? Round 4. And again, we saw round 4, the first match already. 1 to 3 points right here. XD was able to secure 1 kill, getting 1 point. A&O was able to get out with 3 survivors, getting 3 points. I want to mention again that right now A&O already has 1 point over these entire matches right here, which means if XD cannot get a tie or better, yes, A&O will actually take the victory home right here. So what A&O is going for is at least to get a tie, but XD will try their best to prevent this right here.
Indeed. And
Feaster!
oh, boy. Feaster, not to mention quite an interesting spread of survivors.
Oh, you're right. I was just staring at my Feaster right here. So what we see right here is Call Me Duty doing me a huge favor, showing me some top tier, high competitive gameplay of the Feast. I really appreciate it. Call Me Duty, if you're rewatching this, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. And we can see on XD's side, Mumu with the Enchantress, QC with the Dancer, Johnny with the Forward. All right, that's gonna be interesting. And GY with the Coordinator. The bands, I will just go through them real quick.
Sure.
Spider, we have Ripper, we have Joker, the 3 top bands as far as it comes to the top hunters right here. And then we can see the same picks as before on XD's Survivor side. Seer, Mechanic, and Mercenary. Yes.
Oh, man. With what we're looking at here, I guess with things being a bit more trickier for XD with the pressure of needing to at least go 3-1 in order to force a tie. It's really them pulling off all the stops. Again, we haven't really seen as much forward. Dancer has been selected a few times, and of course Enchantress and Coordinator have been quite the staple, especially now that we have the 3 bands in placement. As I mentioned, Seer, Mechanic, Mercenary, not really as surprising anymore. These have been the standard bands. It usually has been much more of an assortment from what we saw in terms of Hunter bands. And of course, Feaster. Grizzly, you're going to have quite the time here.
I'm gonna have quite the time, that's right. I was actually expecting X-Boy, not gonna lie, because we saw Call Me Duty's X-Boy doing really, really well in this tournament. He was really pulling off something right there. But now, picking Feaster, that's even more exciting for me, and I think it's not a random pick right here. Definitely showing off some skills right here, just as he always does. And yeah, again, XD, this time we are seeing a Dancer, we are seeing a Forward. That's going to be very interesting. We are on Lakeside Village map, which is a really, really good map right there for both sides, I guess. I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. So, with all said and done, ladies and gents, there's not really much else to say. It will really come down to, especially for you guys in the chat, you have to give your energy to who you're rooting for. This could be the round that defines who our champion could be. Either who could our champion be, or will it go on for a 5th set of rounds. Of course, if you want to see Alpha and Omega take it all the way through, let's keep it simple, guys. Utilize the hashtag AOWin. However, if you want to see XD get their chance at reversing things all the way into the 5th set, be sure to use the hashtag XDWin.
Dude, I want to use both hashtags, not gonna lie. I can't see any of these teams lose right here. And again, dude, Feaster.
Feaster.
I mean, we can see on the Survivor sides, we can see that there are interesting picks right there. They can really stun the Hunter. But then we have Feaster, well, putting down these tentacles, you know, blocking exit routes, protecting rocket chairs, protecting Cypher machines. That's going to put a lot of pressure on XD. But again, they can do it. They can do it. We saw what they were able to pull off earlier. Round 2, round 3, they were always able to at least tie out. And that's exactly what they are going to do right here.
Okay, so with that said, we are going to be checking out what we have going for this game. So, Grizzly, why don't you tackle this?
No, we can. All right. Yes, of course. I will jump into right here. We have a little bit. It seems like we have some issues. So Arcticuno will take a little break and talk with the people that we are working with right here. So I am just here for you guys. It's just me. So like you are only listening to me. So no one else is. You guys. Hashtag Feaster. Hashtag Feaster right now for the Feaster and for Persuable's sake. I know Persuable loves to see Dancer right now. Hashtag Dancer as well. Dancer definitely deserves some love as well because we didn't really see Dancer being utilized in this tournament. So I am also absolutely excited to see XD using the Dancer right here. And Johnny with the forward definitely gonna push the Hunter a few times around, and I can hear the music already starting. And let's just jump right into the match. It's the second match, round 4 right here. We have Feaster. Really love to see Feaster. Call me Duty doing me a huge favor again. Thank you very much. And there we go.
Yes, indeed.
Look at this white. All the skins are fitting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually love the aesthetic right here, that
Right?
it's all matching. But, okay, so we did some math just to make sure that we have everything down, what the odds are here, what the win conditions are. So, from what I heard, in order for Alpha and Omega to take this series, all they need is to get 2 survivors out of the gate.
Exactly. Oh.
2 survivors, actually, because...
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. That's exactly what I meant.
Yeah.
What I meant is XD needs to tie on this entire round. So this means if A and O brings 2 survivors out of the game. Yeah, that's actually what I said earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Got it
So
right.
there we go. So Call Me Duty needs to get 2 survivors down, and that is it. That would be it. So again, on the other side, XD needs to get at least
They need 3
3
survivors, actually.
survivors out
Yeah.
of here. Yeah, you're right. I was a little bit confused because I'm
No
talking,
worries.
I was talking about tying the previous round.
It's been a long day for us,
Yeah,
to be
that's
honest.
true. That's true. All right, there we see. Okay, we have Mumu utilizing the Enchantress right here, taking the hit with the Tentacle. Good job from Call Me Duty, but now focusing on the forward. Obviously focusing on the forward because forward would definitely hunt down the Feaster right here to, you know, free the Enchantress from his balloons.
And here we are. Looks like a Cypher has been caught. Judy really trying to push for getting Johnny. Doesn't want anybody charging into him any further to deter him from taking these survivors.
And there we can so you using the Patroller. Good job, good job, good pick right here. You can also see Coordinator bring down 1 more Cypher Machine, which means they're now down to 3 Cypher Machine. Dancer is about to pop another one in a few seconds right here. Good job on bringing down the Cypher Machines as well on XD's side. But again, Alpha and Omega's Hunter, Call Me Duty, this time as Feaster is just putting so much pressure on the survivors.
Oh man, 2 is all Duty needs. Just 2.
Just 2 survivors. Just sending them back to the moon.
Yes, sending back to the moon and into their champion title. But XD, they're doing a great job. So look at how fast these Cyphers are going.
There we go, taking the first hit with the Tentacle, and that gives CM Duty, Call Me Duty, the chance to actually down Johnny the forward.
And this puts XD in a position where they're forced to try to go for the save. But look at this. Duty playing it beautifully. Just holding off to make sure that this Enchantress skyrockets first before sending Johnny to that chair. And in effect, once he has Johnny in that chair, he's going to play full-on defense with these tentacles.
Absolutely, securing the kill right here. We can see Mumu maybe getting rescued right there. Oh, taking a hit, but that's just what they had to do. Oh, good rescue. Even with the hit of the Tentacle, they were able to get the Coordinator out of there. The Enchantress out of there from the rocket chair and pretty far away thanks to the Coordinator's flare gun.
Oh man, this is getting all the more intense. Duty, he needs to get this Enchantress. He needs to get those 2 survivors just to give Alpha and Omega that win. But so far, with how XD has been playing this out, they've been playing their cards out beautifully. Oh, that will be the latch onto Enchantress though.
Very good right there. Very good Patroller. But we also have to mention 2 Cypher machines are remaining. Look at this. Look at this. Really putting pressure on Moo right here, because Moo could barely move, has the Tentacle right behind her, the Feaster right in front of her. But again, XD going down to 1 Cypher machine right now. Again, they need 3 survivors out of here. And since the Enchantress is gone, this means that the entire team, the entire remaining team needs to get out of this. And that's gonna be a lot of pressure on XD's shoulder right here. But again, they can do it. They are down to 1 Cypher machine. They have the chance to do this.
XD, phenomenal progress right now. Even with the Enchantress down, it would not be in vain for Mumu. She has come to a point where she's set up for XD to still potentially get all 3 survivors out of that game to force that tie in this 4th set of games. But Duty is not slowing down anytime soon.
No, never ever. I never saw Duty slowing down. Like, not at all. But there we see this 1 Cypher machine is already primed, which means that they're okay popping it right now. We saw the forward going straight for the exit gate already. Now 2 survivors are getting ready to open up the exit gate to... Oh, that's a hit on the female dancer right there. Call Me Duty has detention anyway, so if he is able to catch up to the female dancer, this might be it. We can see female dancer is actually kiting around at the spot, at the ship right here. I think forward and coordinator are getting ready to get out of there. And what QC needs to do is either he needs to go to the exit gate or to the dungeon. But we can also see, as far as I've seen it right now, the forward is also there to maybe go in for the rescue.
Duty, he needs that 1 hit. Can he land it though? This dancer,
Good hit, good hit. Tentacle was placed very well and patient with the Tentacle right here, trying to get the dancer, and actually was able to strike the hit.
So this is a scenario where XD, they can't just get out of the gate. They are forced to try to go for the save on this dancer. Otherwise, it's not one of those simple scenarios where, hey, you know, we just get 2 survivors out. No, based on the point. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, we can see that coordinator already got out there. But yeah, there we go. Turning around now, trying to get to the rescue for the female dancer. That might be a really good call, since I'm not really sure how long it takes till detention runs out. But if it is able for the survivor team to kite around, to waste more time of the Feaster, they might be able to run out of detention from the Feaster. And that would mean they could take it now with Tide Turner.
This is very nerve-wracking right here.
It really is.
They're trying to hide, but of course, Duty, he smells something.
Of course he does, of course he does. Oh, Dancer was trapped between the Tentacle and the boat right there, now trying to get as far as possible to the exit gate, but obviously Tide Turner running out, getting down in front of the rocket chair. This will send back the female dancer straight to the manor. This is a tie for XD and Alpha and Omega in this round, in this match, which means round 4 will go to Alpha and Omega. XD will get 2 points, but that is just not enough to win this round, which means this is a best out of 5.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion as Johnny jumps into the dungeon. Congratulations to Alpha and Omega, your Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament champions.
Wow, that was really nerve-wracking. Just seeing that the dancer was on the rocket chair, and we knew that XD needed to rescue the dancer right there to actually have the chance to come back. But Call Me Duty with the Feast are doing an amazing job using these tentacles, utilizing these tentacles all over the map just to bring down these survivors.
So let's go ahead and tally up that last score right there. As reflected in this round, it will be 5-3. Such a small difference, but we are basing it off the rounds here, and Alpha and Omega rightfully claiming their
spot,
yes.
Number 1 spot of the Summer Northern American European Server Tournament right here. again, you said it already, rightfully taking the spot. We saw Call Me Duty during this entire tournament just clutching it, bringing down these survivors, just really killing it out there, and definitely deserved. Not saying that XD wouldn't deserve it, but again, it's said one team had to lose, one team had to take the number 2 spot. It's not even bad, you know, being
Definitely.
in this tournament right here. The entire NAU EU server right here being number 2 is not bad at all. But of course, there has to be a number 2 and a number 1. And A&O, again, definitely deserves Grizzly English deserves the spot right here.
And yes, we'd like to congratulate Ano once again, but not just Ano, but all the teams that competed
Yes.
here at the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. It has been such a pleasure witnessing not just these great teams, but I gotta say, with what we've been seeing throughout the past Call of the Abyss, especially with the more recent one, Call of the Abyss 2, I've been seeing tons of improvement coming in from NAEU. And I'm actually pretty excited once we hit the international stage. I feel like there's a better shot going into the international stage, depending on which team decides to represent us. And from the spread of teams that we saw, I would be thrilled to support any one of these teams.
Absolutely, absolutely. Any of these teams deserve to be. I mean, we already saw them. These were the top teams right here, and just competing against each other, it just shows that there is so much potential on this server and so much that we are going to see in the future.
I am looking forward to these next months, Grizzly, not just in terms of preparation, but even right down to the content that some of these players have already been putting out. I
Exactly.
think it's a great way, especially for us Identity 5 followers, to catch up with how they're progressing. And you know what? I'm just very honored to have been part of this, to have seen you guys in NAEU. Great job. I'm super excited.
So thankful to be here, to to witness these matches, these top competitive players that just know exactly every ins and outs of this game right here, and just seeing how they play the game. It's far away from my style of gameplay, but pretty close. That's what I want to say. No, but really, really interesting. And again, A&O taking the throne right here on the summer tournament. Congratulations again. We already saw them in the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament, and they have just proven it again that they are one of the top teams on this entire server.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, I'm following a hell lot of players once this broadcast is done. But before we go ahead and sign off for this tournament, Grizzly, do you have any final words or plugs you'd like to make so that people can follow you, for those that haven't subscribed yet, especially?
Yeah, let's go. Let's plug ourselves. I have Twitter, I have Instagram. Just search for Gaming Grizzly. You will kind of find it somewhere or somehow. Yeah, it will work. And I am a YouTuber, Gaming Grizzly. Search up the channel, putting out YouTube Identity 5 content every day. And we have Arcticuno right here.
Yes, indeed. So you could also check me out on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I'm mostly active on Facebook since the country I'm from is very
Facebook.
heavy on Facebook. So yeah, I post most of my updates there. Thank you guys once again on behalf of the community. Thank you, as well as to the Identity 5 team, the developers. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity. We will be signing off for one last time, at least for this tournament. We'll probably be seeing you again in the near future. I'm Arcticuno. This is Gaming Grizzly, and we will say our farewell. This has been the Identity 5 NAEU Summer Tournament. Signing off.
Fiesta!